What's that?
You and I were 32 once.
Yeah.
Yes.
Good morning, good morning. I know Ms. Lieberman's going to join us shortly, but it's already 10:05, and I know we have a long, possibly, agenda today, and I want to make sure we finish on time, because I know people need to catch flights. So with that, let me go ahead and reconvene our meeting of the board at 10:05. Ms. Cicchetti, if you please call the roll.
Yes. Chair Vasquez,
Present.
Vice Chair Lieber is not present. Member Gaines,
Present.
Member Schaefer,
Present?
Deputy Controller Emron.
Present.
A quorum is present of the board, so we are officially called to order. Members, as you recall, we put off opening remarks yesterday because I know we were going to be running late or really on a real tight schedule. So I will open that up for open remarks. Let me just open up by, one of the things I wanted to say yesterday, I didn't get a chance to, is just to open up in
Nope, she is.
in memory of the folks, this tragic wildfire that took place in Hawaii on Maui Island. You know, we still don't know how many fatalities yet, but I believe it's up to about 115, the latest count. And apparently there's still a good 300, close to 400 lives that are still missing. And from my understanding, I think several of them jumped into the water to
It was
avoid.
1,000 people to start out with. so-
It was up to 1,000. But I'm assuming they've located or identified 600 of them, because now they're saying it's still about 400 that are unaccounted for. And I don't know how many of those actually probably ended up drowning in the ocean there because of the fires. So just wanted to open up in memory and in support of that whole island. And the governor, I know he's really trying to do as much as he can to facilitate and to assist those folks that lost their home and lost their loved ones. So, and for those that are listening and interested and willing to participate or assist, the American Red Cross and the Maui United Way is available and helping with financial assistance as well as food and clothing and shelter.
Tony, wasn't Hawaii the last state to be admitted, or was that,
I believe so, right? Either Alaska or Hawaii. I think it was Hawaii.
yeah.
Yeah, I know one of, so it's a real tragic, and I think, I have a few other things, but I'll leave those for the adjournment time. But I know, let me turn to Member Schaefer. I think you had some.
Yes,
opening
well, I'd
remarks.
just like to announce that today is the 93rd birthday for Warren Buffett, who owns everything. And it's also the birthday of the great Ted Williams, who we lost a few years back.
The great Red Sox. Member Gaines.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I'm going to need a couple of minutes just because I want to give some updates and
Sure.
things. So I appreciate the time. I just wanted to take a few minutes to report back on the assessors meeting that I attended earlier this month. And first, I want to just note that it was in Lake Tahoe area in my district, and I think everybody knows the region is the home to some of the best skiing in the country, the home of the Olympic Games in 1960. It's just a great area. I enjoy skiing there at the resorts and also in the back country. But one thing I love about this part of our state is that it's so gorgeous in the summer. And it's just a beautiful area to be there. Actually, any time we were there in August, and there's just a lot of activity going on with hiking and mountain biking, kayaking, canoeing, boating, and horseback riding all summer long. The weather and the scenery are amazing, and I think it was just a perfect spot for the conference, and encourage those who love the outdoors to go to Tahoe any time of year. It's just, we are so blessed with the natural beauty that we have here in California. Secondly, I just wanted to talk about Prop 8 adjustments. And I want to start by praising the assessors that, in general, that have been putting together, such an informative meeting. I had an opportunity to go to the conference, and it's apparent how much time they put in creating an agenda and getting experts to speak. It's valuable time spent, as you all know. Specifically, I want to praise the assessors who were proactive on the Prop 8 adjustments for their constituents, who have seen decreases in their property values. As these interest rates are rising, we're starting to see property values decline. And in all my time as a legislator and here at the board, I've always been a taxpayer advocate, someone who looks out to make sure that working families and businesses keep more of what they earn and that government treats them in a fair way. And it's one thing to respond to a taxpayer request. It's another to lead the way by actively seeking out taxpayers to tell them how they can save money. These assessors who took the time and an active role to help their fellow Californians deserve the highest praise, and I just want to thank them all. Next month, I'll be looking to add an agenda item that looks to formally recognize the assessors who went the extra mile to help taxpayers. I encourage every assessor to do the same when they can. I also want to remind everyone that it's not too late to receive the Prop 8 adjustment if it's warranted, and that you can lower your property tax as the value of the home has fallen. Contact your assessor for help and to understand the process and timelines for this assistance. I also want to go over some of the challenges that we've had with Prop 19, and I discussed this with one of my assessors, and I think we all know that Prop 19 implementation would not necessarily be smooth. There were too many unknowns, too many issues that have not been contemplated in the law itself, too many administrative issues to be worked out, and that is proving to be the case. I think actually the BOE's done very well in that implementation, and the counties. But as you may recall, there's a provision in Prop 19 that would help make counties whole when they take the low base year value transfers from other counties. Counties are supposed to track Prop 19 transactions and report the net loss or the net gain from those transactions to the CDTFA through a portal that's supposed to be open and operating by January 31st of next year. But that portal is not ready. This is shaping up to be a big blow for rural counties who are primarily the ones taking negative hits from these transfers. CDTFA says that the portal will be ready by late 2024. So they're already telling us that this deadline, they're not going to hit it, and they're going to be nearly a year late. But in the many years that I've served in the legislature, I've rarely seen a software project that actually finishes anywhere near on time. It's just been a struggle, right? We're aware of those challenges. At least one of my assessors has reached out to the CDTFA and asked if the first year of the data could be submitted via email for just this year. That would make great sense, but so far CDTFA has not changed its mind and has not been very helpful in any way to the assessor. But it's a big issue. It was a big issue at the conference, and I think it's something that deserves continual focus on. I think we've had a good working relationship with CDTFA, and I want that to continue. But my hope and desire would be that we could have a single point of contact with CDTFA so that the assessors, as they have these questions and issues, have someone that they can speak to. Apparently, earlier communications had not been very open or helpful, and so if there's anything that I can do or the board can do to help bridge that gap, I would love to do that. And then I've got one more. Do you want to speak to this issue?
Yes,
Okay,
if you
great.
don't
Thank
mind,
you.
sir.
You bet.
Thank you, Member Gaines. I was also made aware of the concerns with the calculation for the Prop 19, and the technology won't be available until 2024. I did reach out to Nick Maderas regarding this issue and had a meeting with the policy deputy on it. The policy deputy, myself, Mr. Young, and Ms. Bonatti, we had a good conversation about what we're looking for, and made some suggestions on how we could work together. And I volunteered Mr. Young to be that point of contact.
Oh, okay. Okay. That is great. So the assessors can speak to David Young
Yes,
in reference to
to their needs are. And they've been speaking to
CDTFA
me,
issues
yeah.
related
Yeah.
to Prop 19.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we explained to CDTFA that we're working with elected officials, so their initial response was to write to them via email. They had a special email box,
Okay.
and that's not very sufficient for
Yeah.
the assessors, the elected officials' needs. So they understood, they apologized, and they are open to making this relationship work.
Wonderful.
Okay.
That's good news. We heard yesterday during our workforce update the challenges that many of our counties are having in terms of hiring folks, and we're making it even tougher with this implementation of Prop 19, where basically the rural and often poor counties are struggling to find money to hire folks. So that would help with the cash flow. So thank you for that quick response. Appreciate it.
You're welcome, sir.
Good. And then if I could just lastly wrap up and talk about housing in California. We talk so much about affordable housing at the board, and rightfully so. California's median income price is around $750,000. That's actually declined a little bit. I think it was over 800 for a while. That is devastating the families here, and it's getting to the point where even two-income families with solid jobs are struggling to buy a house. It's critical that we expand the supply of housing in this state. I know that the California Building Industry Association and its members are working hard to meet a huge unmet demand for housing, but quite frankly, they've had challenges with the insurance market, as we're seeing really across the board with homeowners and even on the auto insurance side. But even if our regulatory climate shifted towards faster and easier construction, it's still a problem that will take years to work itself out. Ultimately, we will build our way out to more affordability, and we need a mix of housing to meet the needs of all citizens, from mega mansions all the way down to the modest starter homes that are so desperately needed here in California right now. But we can't run roughshod over taxpayers to get it done. I listened to a powerful presentation on JPAs and housing construction that gave me pause, because it pointed out abuses that need to be combated to uphold our change to taxpayers. We need to help Californians as home buyers by expanding housing supply, but we also need to protect them as taxpayers. I will not go into detail here, but I'm going to see if we can get an informational presentation presented at the next board meeting that would just shed some light on this, so that we're all educated and we're aware of what's happening with certain types of housing being built. With that, I'll say that it was a great meeting, and this was discussed at the CAA meeting, the Northern California Conference, and I just thought I should bring it back to the board so that you're all aware of it. So, but it was a good meeting, and thank you for the indulgence of the time. I appreciate it.
No, thanks for the update. I know several of us wanted to attend and we weren't able to, but looking forward to.
And there's always another one that comes up.
I know,
Yeah, we
it
have
does.
plenty of opportunities in the future, so.
And actually, later on, we're going to be talking about the hearing. We're going to finally do our affordable housing hearing in Santa Monica coming up, and it'd be good to get some of those folks involved as well. It looks like Deputy Controller has something. opening
Yes,
remarks.
thank you, Chairman. Thank you to all members of the board. I'm really, really excited here to kick off day 2. Just would like to take a moment to recognize August 2023 as the 60th anniversary of the March on Washington.
Yes.
It was on a hot summer day in 1963 where hundreds of thousands of Americans descended on Washington, D.C. to take part in what Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. called the greatest demonstration for freedom in the history of our nation, sharing in the timeless dream of an America filled with possibilities and equal opportunity for all. Many traveled from every corner of this country marching for freedom, the freedom to sit at the lunch counter, to cast a ballot, to marry whom they love. We rightly remember Dr. King's I Have a Dream speech, how he gave a mighty and righteous voice to the quiet hopes of millions, and we would do well to recall the day itself belonged to those ordinary people who never got onto TV, whose names never appeared in our history books, the steelworkers, the maids, longshoremen, students, and teachers who made their way to our nation's capital because they understood the magnitude of the moment. In the face of violence and hatred, they stood up and sat in, speaking up and out against the injustices and hardships faced over a lifetime, choosing to use nonviolent methods as a path forward. Because they marched, America became more free and fair for African Americans and also for women and the Latinx community, for Asians and Native Americans, for Catholics and Jews and Muslims, for gays and Americans with disabilities. Because they marched, historic legislation, including the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965, were signed into law. And on this path towards equality and freedom, men and women without rank or wealth or title or fame will liberate us all. A life realized where people of all colors and beliefs live and learn together, walk together, love each other, learn to fight alongside one another, and judge one another by the content of your character and not by the color of your skin. America changed that day for you and for me to live up to the meaning of our creed as one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And just to go off script, what that day meant for me, as a young refugee growing up in the projects, I was surrounded by violence and marred in poverty. And I was often told that the socioeconomic status that I was born into would be what I would carry out, and there would be no mobility. But I fought back, and I believe that in the greatest country on the history of this planet and in the land of opportunity, that you can really push as long as you're willing to take responsibility and work hard, that you can be who you want to be. You can dream as big as you want to be and continue to forge a path forward. So for all those young people out there, don't ever let anybody tell you your dreams are not worth chasing. Your dreams are as valuable and as worth any type of journey to walk on, and just continue to work hard and be who you are, because I believe the best representation of yourself is when you are yourself and you speak for yourself and stand up anytime you see any type of injustice anywhere, and just continue to be that beacon of light that we all respect so much. So thank you, Chairman. I yield back.
No, thank you for bringing that up. As you mentioned, in '63, when that took place, that triggered so many other movements in the '60s. And one that just took place, they celebrated it yesterday, August 29th. There was a big moratorium, the Chicano moratorium that took place back in '69. Sadly to say, that's when one of our top writers and reporters from the LA Times, Ruben Salazar, was shot inside the Silver Dollar. But it all stemmed from the movement that Martin Luther King and the march that he did in Washington. And it was sad that, and then you also had Robert Kennedy that was assassinated in '68. And those, I think, all these uprisings that were happening in these communities, they were calling for justice for all. But I'm hoping that a lot of us have learned from that. And you mentioned you yourself as a young man growing up in the projects, it's obviously front and center. But who was it? I think it was Loretta King says that, freedom is something you can't take for granted. It's a constant struggle. Even today, what we're seeing, what's going on with women's rights and all these other things that are happening in this world and these shootings. What was it just this week? I think there was like 3. One of them was in a school. A professor was actually shot and killed. And we still have a tough time banning assault weapons. So I don't really understand that, but that's for the federal government, I guess, to address. But I think my vice chair has some comments, opening comments as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and your words are very well taken, and I really appreciate hearing about the linkages between these movements and how one movement really provides the seeds for the next. And it's an important part of our California history. Mr. Chair, also, I wanted to echo your words about the wildfire on Maui. And in so many ways, it was really a replay of what we've seen in California over the last several years. And some of the same phenomenon in terms of the role of utilities and the role of how people are alerted to a wildfire. And what I think about from those individuals that continue to be lost, and today it transferred from a search and rescue to recovery from this event as much as it can be. But a number of those lost were senior citizens who had sought a home there because it was a very safe place for them to be, and also latchkey children who were home alone, which is just incredibly tragic to think about how fast this wildfire was unfolding and what these families are dealing with now. And I think we're really linked as Californians with other people worldwide who are dealing with these various phenomenon that we are. And last week I was down in Southern California, but left a little bit early because of the storms that were predicted and the flooding that was predicted there. And I know that the flooding did hit some lower income communities of farm workers and others in the Coachella Valley, and made their already very difficult lives even more difficult. And I think that we're facing what will be the effects of additional climate disruption, and in terms of storms, flooding all along our coast, sea level rise in the Bay Area, bay rise, and even groundwater rise. And it's something that can also really impact our Central Valley and their stability as well. So at the close of our meeting today, I'd like to recommend that we delve a little bit more deeply into the issue of how climate is impacting Californians' property and property taxes in our state, and really as we go forward start to take a look at that, because it will be very impactful on all areas of policy. The other thing that I wanted to bring up was that I read in yesterday's San Francisco Chronicle that not enough people have been able to avail themselves or find out about the California Mortgage Relief Program, which offers up to $80,000 in grants that do not need to be repaid for people who have found themselves in a situation where they've missed 2 or more mortgage payments or need assistance with their property taxes. And as we go forward, I'd really like to see how we could work with the Assessors Association to make sure that individuals are aware of the California Mortgage Relief Program. I typed in my own county and found out that a household of one person can be earning up to $180,000. So this is a program that is very accessible to many Californians, but not enough know about it. So I'd like to work with our staff and with the assessors to make sure that we apprise our constituents of this fully.
Thank you, Member Lieber, Vice Chair Lieber. We actually had a presentation on that program last year that was spearheaded by then Member Cohen, now Controller Cohen. And from that program, we are promoting that relief program on our website. It's on the bottom right-hand side under additional resources. Individuals can click on that and see the program. And you, all members, of course, you can always promote that program on your individual BOE website.
That's fantastic, and I think as we're out in the community talking with folks and interfacing with the assessors and seeing if they also have that link on their sites, because I think it's just, we're quote-unquote recovering from COVID and all the effects of COVID right now, but there are still a lot of our constituents who are really hurting and could avail themselves of this program. So I know that I'll be working to get that out within my county, which is a very high-cost county, and so it has a different impact. But I think in each of our districts, there's the opportunity to get the word out about that and allow people to apply.
Yeah, that's a great idea. Thank you for bringing that up.
It's good
I
information, yeah.
think we do have opportunity just through our newsletters to our constituents.
out, yeah.
Yeah. California Mortgage Relief Program, is that the right term?
Yes.
It's a grant, yeah.
Yeah, great, thank you.
Yeah, and they are grants that do not need to be paid back, and I know that as I've been talking with constituents, I think of one woman that I spoke to in Contra Costa County who her husband passed away due to COVID, and she received $14,000 in life insurance money, and she was really not eating to keep paying the mortgage, and people are really still in need within each of our districts. So this is something that we can do.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
With that, Mr. Chikati, I think we're ready to start. Oh, Mr. Schaefer, yes, go ahead.
Ms. Taylor, I expressed some concern yesterday to find out from what district a communication is coming to us. I tend to want to get involved in whatever the problem is, but if they're not my constituent, I would want to go defer to whoever the member is. This morning you gave us a nice report from Cheryl Carter about passing of her 97-year-old father's home. I started to get involved in it, but then I realized that Cheryl Carter and the father's home maybe are not in my district. I think Cheryl Carter says she's in 510, which would be East Bay Cities, which would be Member Lieber. We don't know where her father's home is. It could be in San Diego, for all I know. If there's some way that when these come through to you, we can find out where the piece of property is that they're talking about and where they're from, so we can identify the member or possibly two members whose ox is being gored here. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Schaefer, for that question to Ms. Taylor. If you don't mind, I will respond.
Sure, that'd be fine. You always
Great.
have the right answers.
That is a public comment. The individual wrote to us on our public comment page asking for it to be read into the record. So Ms. Taylor provided that comment to you guys for your preview so that when she's reading into the record, you have the opportunity to follow along. When we receive a public comment, it is not our protocol to ask the individual to identify where they're coming from. So it's not a issue that we are looking for the individual members to resolve.
Sure.
Based on the public comment concerns, most likely I will be directing the taxpayer rights advocate to reach out to Ms. Carter and see how we can be of service.
Well, if it's somebody in District 4, I'd like to make a little noise and lead the parade and be looked at as a good guy.
I appreciate your desire to want to lead the parade, but that would not be appropriate.
Thank you.
With that, Ms. Chikati, I think we're ready for our first item.
Our first item on today's agenda is item number 2, public comments on matters not on the agenda. Persons who wish to address the State Board of Equalization regarding items not on the agenda may do so under this item on the agenda. Please note that the board cannot take action on these items not on the agenda. However, the board can schedule issues raised by the public for consideration at future meetings. When giving your public comment, please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. And so we do not have anyone in the audience who wants to make a public comment, and I don't have any written items on this item as a public comment. So let's go to the AT&T moderator. AT&T moderator, is there anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item?
Ladies and gentlemen on the phones, to make a comment, please press 1 then 0 at this time. An operator will gather your name and place you in the queue. Press 1 0, please. And we have nobody responding on the phone. We have none in queue.
Thank you, moderator. All righty, so that finishes that item. So we don't have anyone. We'll go to the next item, item 8. Consent agenda, adoption of the July 25th, 26th, 2023 board meeting minutes. This is a consent item.
Members, are there any comments, questions? I see none, hearing none. Just like to entertain a motion to adopt the minutes.
Let's
It's
like
been
to
moved by
comment.
Member Gaines.
Well, if I could, just
Oh,
with
I'm sorry, go ahead.
a comment, I'll approve it.
Sure.
I looked at the minutes. It looked like my name was included in every aspect, but there was some question as to whether my name was not mentioned in a particular part of the agenda. So I just want to make sure that you were showing me present for the
It's
minutes.
for one of the board work group minutes, so not the minutes for the board meeting. And that's
Okay.
what we're voting on right now.
Okay.
Are the minutes for the board meeting.
All right, motion to approve then.
Okay.
And then if you could point that out for me when we get to that, the next
we're-
one, thank you.
It's been moved by Member Gaines to adopt and second by Mr. Schaefer, the July 25th, 26th board meeting minutes.
All righty. I have no one in the audience who wants to make a comment on this, and I have no written comments. Let's go to the moderator. AT&T moderator, could you let us know if we have anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding this item?
Once again, if you'd like to comment, please press 1 then 0. And again, we have no respondents in queue.
All righty. We have a motion to adopt the minutes given by Mr. Gaines and seconded by Mr. Schaefer. Call roll. Chairman Vasquez,
Aye?
Vice Chair Lieber,
Aye.
Member Gaines. Aye. Member Schaefer,
Aye?
Deputy Controller Emron.
Aye.
So that's unanimous of all those present. With that, Ms. Cicchetti, I guess we can move on to our next item.
Next item is this. We're at the Board Member Matters and Initiatives, Item 9, Assessment Appeals Board, AAB County Council Training Course. Report on the AAB County Council Training Course submitted by Thomas R. Parker, Deputy County Council, Los Angeles County Council Office. This item is being presented by Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you. Members, as you know, the AAB County Council Training Course has been reviewed by Chief Counsel Henry Nanjo and approved, which means our next step is to schedule a hearing for assessors, taxpayers, representatives, and the public to discuss it in a present and with any suggestions. First, I'd like Mr. Nanjo to comment on his review process and whether we have any red flags on this moving forward.
Good morning, Chairman Vasquez, Vice Chair Lieber, members of the board, Henry Nancho, Chief Counsel. Thank you for that question, Chairman Vasquez. We did take a look at the materials. We are fine with them. We did not note any red flags. We basically view those as a pretty accurate and neutral description of the rules that apply to AAB. So Mr. Thomas or Attorney Thomas Parker did a great job with that. We also took the liberty of running it past Dave Young in the Property Tax Department, and he had similar comments. So no red flags, and we are fine with them.
Appreciate it.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. With that, members, my motion on this item is that we schedule a hearing to allow the public input and discussion with the assessors, stakeholders at our next regularly scheduled board meeting, which is September the 26th and 27th of 2023, and that in preparation for the hearing, each of our offices review the course and the purpose, any suggestions at that time. After that hearing, we will determine any actions to approve or modify the AAB County Council Training Program. Members, if I have a second, I'd like to move this. And it's been seconded by my vice chair, Ms. Lieber. Seeing no other hands or comments, Ms. Cicchetti, I guess we don't have any comments.
Got nobody in the audience, and
Nobody
I
in the
do
audience.
not have any written comments. Let's go to the moderator. AT&T moderator, is there anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item?
Once again, for comment, please press 1 then 0. We have no callers responding. We have none in queue.
All right. I have a motion by Mr. Vasquez and seconded by Ms. Lieber. The motion is to schedule a hearing to allow public input and discussion with assessors and stakeholders at our next regularly scheduled board meeting on September 26th, 27th, 2023. Mr. Vasquez?
Aye.
Vice Chair Lieber?
Aye.
Member Gaines?
Aye.
Member Schaefer? Deputy Controller Emron?
Aye.
So that's unanimous of all those present. Thank you, members. And with that, Ms. Cicchetti, if we move on to our next item.
Okay, our next item is item 11. Board member matters and initiatives, statewide informational hearing on modernizing California's property tax system, Part 4, Board Work Group on Affordable Housing. Discussion and date selection for the statewide informational hearing and modernizing California's property tax system, Part 4, Board Work Group on Affordable Housing, presented by Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you. Members, this has been a long time coming, and, you know, with COVID, we got kind of thrown back. But I am proposing that the board convene a meeting in my district on October 19th, 2023, in Santa Monica for the fourth, we would call it the fourth statewide informational hearing on modernization California's property tax system in a board work group format focused on affordable housing. The purpose to publicly explore issues, gather technical and testimonial data, and identify challenges and solutions for affordable housing in Southern California and throughout the state. We also plan to invite experts to testify and make recommendations that will enable my office to prepare a report to the board for ultimate distribution to all stakeholders, the legislature and the governor. Among the speakers we anticipate inviting are city mayors, county supervisors, county assessors. We also intend to invite nonprofit organizations, local housing authorities, and those directly confronting the affordable housing crisis every day, as well as those in private sector and other organizations who have experience with unique efforts and pilot projects. And we hope to have some state legislators speak about the current and prospective legislation, funding resources, and next steps for affordable housing. The hearing will take place in the Santa Monica City Hall, which the city of Santa Monica has generally offered free of charge. They officially took a vote last week to waive all fees. And I think we'll also be able to provide Southern California communities and residents an open forum to meet with the board and speakers to discuss affordable housing and relevant property tax exemptions. I would be very grateful for your support on this proposal. Members, before I make the motion to approve this statewide informational hearing, do you have any questions or suggestions? So let me open it up first. my vice chair, I think, wants to weigh in. Go ahead.
I hate to ask about something like this, but is the date pretty much what the city and the other players have available?
Yes.
Okay.
And I have my Senator Ben Allen and my Assembly Member Rick Chavez Burr, which was difficult to
Yes.
coordinate all that.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
that's why there's.
I
I'd
understand.
like to keep it if I could. It's a
Yeah.
Thursday. They're actually on break, I guess, after September, the middle of September, I understand. But a lot of them are moving around, they have other things going on. So
Okay.
both of them committed. One of them, I think the senator, might be able to stay the whole day with us. The Assembly member, I think, only is going to be able to give us a half day. But I said,
Okay.
I was looking forward to just a couple hours with them, but, so they're committed to this and they're excited about it. Oh, and then, the local mayor, or the mayor of LA, Karen Bass, is excited and she's trying to move things around. If she physically is not there, she has 2 deputy housing people. I don't know if you know Mercy Marquez, who's excellent. She will definitely be there, but I'm hoping the mayor, if not the whole day, at least a couple hours with us and share her thoughts and ideas and what they're doing in the city of LA. And I'm hoping we also have participation from my Board of Supervisor, newly elected there, Ms. Lindsay Horvath, which is also doing some pretty innovative stuff in her district with the County of LA. So I think the synergy there is going to be real powerful. And I know we've had then our board member Cohen and now our controller was real active in bringing people from New York. And I think some of those, if they're not there physically, will be on the screen. So it should be a very lively discussion and hopefully
Excellent.
some good because I think we've been working on this for so long. I'm hoping that what comes out of this is some very concrete proposals that we can move forward.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's great integration with looks like you got city, county, state.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's good.
and possibly federal, but we'll see.
Okay, wonderful. Yeah, good.
So bring your thinking caps and your ideas and suggestions, and I know our deputy controller is all excited. Go ahead.
Yes, I'm very excited on behalf of the controller. She wants to thank you and your office for this very bold action. I know it's been 4 years since the Board of Equalization has had a presence and taken this show on the road down to Southern California, especially Santa Monica, one of the most famous cities in the world. But unfortunately for many, the bus drivers, the janitors, the nurses and teachers, they're finding struggles to make ends meet. And I think it's our duty as a board, as a statewide agency, to make sure that our presence is felt and that we're working towards solutions. And you gathering all the leaders in that region is only going to make it that much more special. So really excited. October 19th, I'm going to make sure that the controller puts this on her calendar too, and we're going to make the best of it. Thank you.
And with that, I know one of the issues that we've encountered in the past, and I know being a beach town, hotels are very expensive, but I do have the commitment from at least one of our top-end hotels in the city that's willing to provide government rates. So that's going to be affordable for not only our members, but staff as well. I just need a head count of how many rooms, and they'll go ahead and block those off for us. So with that, I'd like to move that, and it's been seconded by my vice chair. And I guess we don't have any written comments on this, do we?
No written comments. We have no one in the audience. Let's go out to the AT&T moderator. AT&T moderator, do we have anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item?
For comments, press 10 on your phone's keypad at this time, please. And we have no callers responding, none in queue.
Thank you, moderator. All righty. I have a motion for the board to convene a meeting in the 3rd Equalization District on October 19th, 2023 in Santa Monica for the 4th statewide informational hearing on modernizing California's property tax system. I have Mr. Vasquez as the presenter and Vice Chair Lieber as the second. I'll take roll. Chair Vasquez?
Aye.
Vice Chair Lieber?
Aye.
Member Gaines?
Aye?
Member Schaefer? Deputy Controller Emron?
Aye.
So that's unanimous, so that, all those present. thank you once again, members, and looking forward, working with the staff and the members as well, as we move forward. Thank you. With that, Ms. Cicchetti, if we could move on to our next item.
Our next item is item 12, Board Member Matters and Initiatives, Veterans Exemption, Disabled Veterans Exemption, and Homeowners Exemption Board Work Group Report. A report or action based on activities of previous meetings. This is being presented by Mr. Vasquez and Ms. Lieber.
Members, at this time, we need to decide whether to approve the July 25th Veterans and Homeowners Exemption Work Group. The recommendation and findings in the work group minutes states that Executive Director agreed to research letters to assessors and existing guidance on how to apply the Veterans Organization exemption to veterans, halls, and property. And the closing statement by Co-Chair Lieber in the report emphasized the need for a possible letter to assessors or other guidance regarding the veterans' halls property tax exemption to make it more clear. Even though we made these recommendations as a work group, we must adopt them as the board in order to make them an official part of the board equalization minutes. Let me turn to my co-chair, Ms. Lieber, who will present her comments or any suggestions as we move forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm very glad that we as a board have delved into this issue through the work group. It was a learning experience for me in realizing some of the facets of what we provide for veterans who have offered their service within California. And I think that there's still much to be done in terms of that. And so I think that this is just the beginning of the process and the hunt for me. And I think that we should continue to strengthen our presence on the legislation that comes up or that we could invite from the legislature to help our veterans. And in terms of the veteran serving organizations, I would like to augment the language that you provided, that the board requests that our executive director works with the BOE legal team and our property tax staff to review state and federal law cases and regulations regarding those nonprofit veteran-serving organizations to determine the most inclusive interpretation of the California Veterans Property Tax Exemption that would allow veteran-serving organizations to complete their mission with a minimum of restrictions. And we know that the landscape of services that are needed or could be utilized by our veterans has really changed over the years. And so some of the veteran-serving organizations are finding that they don't exactly do things the way that they did with earlier groups of veterans. And it may be different services, different physical facilities within these nonprofits, be it a business studio to be able to do Zoom meetings from, to be able to do interviews from, coffee houses where people are comfortable in gathering. So it's really an evolving landscape of what our veterans need, and I hope that we can have the most inclusive interpretation of that to help these nonprofits.
Sounds like our executive director wants to weigh in, or she has?
Yes, I do, if you guys don't mind.
Sure.
I'm taking that as a motion to do either a LTA or a legal opinion.
Yes.
Over the past 30 days, myself, the legal team, and the property tax department, we have been looking at this issue. And so I was expecting something. I thought I was going to get it at the work group meeting. But that being said, I understand that the landscape is changing, and the way the statute is written, it may Well, it is very restrictive. We may have an opportunity to expand on it through the rulemaking process, but before we go down that road, and even before we look at a legal opinion or LTA, my recommendation is to do an interested party process. That way, all parties are involved. And an IP process is generally ran by the agency. We invite the stakeholders in. We go to a conference room, and I'm going through this because we haven't had one under you guys' term. But we do a notice. We invite them to participate in a conference room. They can do it face-to-face or virtual. It does not include board members. Therefore, we do not need to do a public notice. But we work through the issues collectively and come up with recommendations. And from there, make a decision on what's the next step? Is it rulemaking? Is it a law change? Is an LTA sufficient? But we really need to have all parties at the table. So if you can kind of amend your motion to direct the ED to go into the interested parties process for this issue.
Yes, with the consent of the maker of the motion, I think that it would be very beneficial to have that happen and to bring in the individuals who are in the practice of providing the services for our veterans. And so I'd be very interested in that.
And one more comment, because this is really the key. I'm not excluding you guys. Once we go through the process, we will present it back to the board for the board's comments and feedback. Because this to me is basically a policy change. And whenever we have a policy change, it is our protocol to bring it back to the board for board approval.
Yes, I think that's very beneficial to have the cohort of the service providers, everyone who's an interested party who chooses to participate, to be there and to have that open conversation versus what, they might say in one of our meetings. It's good to have that open field to be able to put the solutions out there. So I think an interested party process would be very beneficial.
Yeah, great. Yeah,
Just a procedural question before I turn to Member Gaines, and maybe this is something for Mr. Nanjo. Is it my understanding that we need to first approve the minutes from the work group? Because it was approved by the work group, but not by the board of the veterans, and then we can move into this issue? Should we do that? Should we do that first?
That's probably a good way to do it procedurally because you're kind of getting ahead of yourself.
That's what I was thinking. Okay.
Yeah.
So why don't we do that? Let me just entertain a motion from the members here to approve the minutes of the work group on the veterans work group that we just had in July, and it wasn't approved by the board officially yet.
So moved.
And it's been moved by my
Second,
vice
please.
chair, second by my,
Sorry to interrupt, Chairman Vasquez, Vice Chair Lieber. With all due respect, I believe that may be the one that is missing Member Gaines' attendance.
Yes, it is.
So a little correction should be made to note that Member Gaines participated in that
Thank
work
you.
group as
Yeah,
well.
great.
great, okay.
So
Well noted.
if you can amend your motion to include that correction, that would be fantastic.
Yes, I would definitely like to amend my motion to reflect Mr. Gaines' participation in that.
All righty.
Second? You
All
need a
right.
second, or you got a second?
Well, we got a second
Second.
over here.
Okay, good.
Second again, thank you.
Second again.
All righty. I have no one in the audience, and I have no written comments on this item, so let's go to the AT&T moderator. AT&T moderator, do I have anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding the minutes for the Veterans Exemption Board Work Group?
Thank you. If you'd like to make a comment by phone, press 10 at this time on your phone's keypad. And we have no respondents, no one in queue.
Thank you. Alrighty, so I have a motion to adopt the minutes with one correction to add the, Mr. Gaines's name, that he was in attendance. These are the minutes for the veterans exemption, disabled veterans exemption, and homeowners exemption board work group that happened last month. I have it, Ms. Lieber is the one who did the motion, and Mr. Emron was the second. We will take roll. Mr. Vasquez?
Aye.
Vice Chair Lieber?
Aye.
Member Gaines?
Aye.
Member Schaefer? Deputy Controller Emron?
Aye.
So that's unanimous of all those present. Now let's move back to the new motion here. Ms., Vice Chair Lieber, you're back.
Thank you. Well, if this is the appropriate time to make that as a motion, that, I know that the chair had some additional parts of the motion.
Yes, let me just, I think Member
If I-
Gaines
Can I
wanted
just
to
comment?
comment.
Yes.
Briefly,
See, that-
yeah,
that
thank
might
you.
change something. Go ahead.
Thank you. Number one, I wanted to thank Member Lieber and Chair Vasquez for putting this together. I think we learned a lot last month. We have a lot more to learn. I appreciate you focusing on, is there anything that we can do on this veterans exemption? And how does that play out? And I think the interested party pathway is the right way to go. It sounds similar to an informational hearing, so I was just asking for clarification. Is that similar?
It's similar in the fact that you have stakeholders coming forward. It's different in that it would be ran by Mr. Young and his team, and it
Okay.
will not necessarily, and I hate to say this, but it won't be public. But the beauty about that is that when we go through this process and it's not publicized, we do get other people participating who want to participate, but they have restrictions. And when I'm talking about a lot of our stakeholders, the CPA firms, they're not allowed to publicly advocate for something, but they will have an interest in this item.
Okay.
So that's one of the reasons why I say the IP process, not wanting to exclude the
Okay.
members.
Right.
But an informational hearing is more member-driven.
So Chairman Vasquez
Thank you.
and through the chair and Member Gaines, if you remember with the airlines, when we were talking about doing the change to that, we conducted interested parties process. Apologies, Member Lieber, you weren't with us at that time, but the rest of the board members may remember. The interested parties process is what we used in that endeavor to get honest feedback from the participants in that case.
And we arrived at a solution.
Correct.
We did,
Yes.
finally, yes.
That bodes well for this work group. So,
Yes.
in terms of getting things done.
And
Wonderful.
just further point of clarification, we have had interested parties where the board members aren't participating so that the participants can speak freely without those kind of concerns. And then typically what happens is the results of the interested parties process is reported back to the board at a public hearing, and those same speakers can participate at that time if they feel that they're free to speak publicly to kind of verify and also emphasize what was discussed in the interested parties
Okay.
process.
All right. So you could have interested party group without participation of the board and with.
Correct.
And this one we're having with. Am I understanding that clearly?
We'll work through what would be
Yeah.
best, because
Okay.
it might be, one option is obviously to have both kinds, right? To have
Yes.
one without, so you can get candid conversation, and then have a public one
Okay.
where it can be reinforced and
Okay.
what
It
have
can-
you, so.
It can go
um,
back and forth.
Yes.
Yeah,
on the same
exactly.
issue. Yeah, okay, good. I'm learning things. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Seeing no other comments, let me bring it back to the vice chair. I think you were heading in the same direction I was, so let me let you finish, and then if there's something I'm going to add, I'll add it to it.
Okay. And before I make the motion, I just wanted to comment, I know that we've loaded a lot of requests onto the executive director. And so my expectation would be that an interested party process would not take place immediately, but would reflect the full volume of requests that we've already made. So that's my thinking along those lines. And so I'd move that we request the executive director to work with the BOE legal and our property tax staff to review state and federal laws, cases, and regulations regarding nonprofit veteran-serving organizations to determine the most inclusive interpretation of the California Veterans Property Tax exemption that would allow veteran-serving organizations to achieve their mission with a minimum of restrictions, and that the executive director engage in an interested parties process to solicit input from those organizations.
I think you captured it.
Okay.
And I'm seeing heads nodding, so I think it's well understood. So I will second that.
Comment if I can?
Comments? Yes, Member Gaines.
It sounds like David Young's going to be busy.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
He's
he's got a
got some big
couple, he's got a
shoulders
couple
now.
of
He's got some big
assignments.
shoulders.
This isn't the only assignment, right?
This is just 10:30.
All right.
We should let him go home and get some rest. Any other comments or questions or suggestions? Seeing none? I think we're good. I guess we need to, well, let's see if anybody from the public or written
I
comments.
have nobody in the public who's wanted to make a comment, but I do have a written comment.
Oh.
It was on your desk.
Oh, yes.
Cheryl Carter had asked that her item be read into the record, and this item 12, so I'm going to read her item into the record. Comment. In June 2021, while all of us were still dealing with the pandemic, my 97-year-old father passed away. Upon his passing, my siblings and I inherited my parents' house. With the help of our attorney, I submitted the homeowner's exemption form along with other related documents to the county. About a year later, to our shock, we received a notice from the assessor's office indicating that our property would be reassessed. The new assessment increased our property taxes from approximately $2,200 a year to approximately $35,000 a year, an amount that is difficult for us to pay. It was at this time that I learned about Prop 19 and the new changes to inheritance of property. We also discovered that the submission of our homeowner's exemption form had been overlooked by the county. 8 months and many phone calls, office visits, conversations with BOE staff, and finally asking the Board of Supervisors to intervene on our behalf. Things are better, but we remain disappointed with the current assessment. Through this experience, it became clear how people can so easily lose their home. The issue with the assessor's office would have had a domino effect for us, affecting the agreement we made with the mortgage company. Selling the house would have been the only option, erasing the legacy our parents left for us. We welcome the opportunity to share the issues my siblings and I would like BOE to address. 1, for BOE to work closely with the state legislature to increase the transition time between voter approval of a proposition affecting inheritance of property or property tax and implementation of that law so that the public can be fully informed. Prop 19 went into effect roughly 3.5 months after the vote. 6 months at minimum would have allowed time for public service announcements and for county offices to work out the details. In the case of Prop 19, the ads were misleading. Most people were focused on the crazy presidential election, and then the insurrection occurred. Not an ideal time to implement such an impactful law. 2, regarding the formula used in the assessment of parent-to-child transfer and grandparent-to-grandchild transfer of property, please consider updating the $1 million base that was used in Prop 58, 35 years ago, to more contemporary market values, example, 2 million or 3 million. Home prices in California have increased 700% since 1986 when Prop 58 went into effect. The amended paragraph reads as follows. A, if the assessed value of the family home upon purchase by or transfer to the transferee is equal to or more than the sum of the taxable value described in subparagraph A plus $1 million, an amount equal to the assessed value of the family home upon purchase by or transfer to the transferee minus the sum of the taxable value described in subparagraph A, and $1 million. 3, we would like to know the criteria and resources the assessor's office uses to determine current market value of a home. Thank you for your time. So here we go. I have a, yes. Okay, that's right. AT&T moderated. Do we have anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this motion?
To make a comment on this motion, please press 1, then 0 at this time. And we have no callers responding, none in queue.
Thank you, moderator. So I have a motion moved by Ms. Lieber and seconded by Mr. Vasquez. The motion is, I moved that we request the executive director to work with the BOE and legal and our property tax staff to review state and federal laws, cases, and regulations regarding nonprofit veteran-serving organizations to determine the most inclusive interpretation of the California Veterans Property Tax exemption that would allow veterans-serving organizations to achieve the mission with minimum restrictions, and that the executive director engage in an interested parties process to solicit input from those organizations. All righty, we will call roll. Chair Vasquez.
Aye.
Vice Chair Lieber.
Aye.
Member Gaines.
Aye.
Member Schaefer. Aye. Deputy Controller Emron.
Aye.
So that's unanimous of all those present. Thank you, folks.
Can we stop and take a quick little break for our closed captioner,
Sure.
if you don't mind? could
What do we
take-
need, 5 or 10 minutes? What do we need?
Could we do 10? That would be
10
great.
minutes. Well, we'll reconvene at 11:22.
Perfect, thank you.
There you go. Okay. Okay, folks, I think we're ready to reconvene at 11:25. Ms. Cicchetti, if you would please call our next item.
Our next item is item 13, Board Member Matters and Initiatives, Workforce Planning Board Work Group Report, report or action based on activities of previous meeting, presented by Mr. Vasquez and Mr. Gaines.
Thank you. Members, at this time, we need to approve the July 25th Workforce Planning Group, which just took place. Well, actually, these are the minutes of the July 25th.
The minutes of
first.
last month.
The
Yep.
last month.
Yep.
The recommendation and findings in the work group minutes states that the executive director agreed to research and further explore the educational requirements for appraisals, audits, appraisers, and report back to the work group. The closing statement by the co-chair Gaines in the report recommended that the board work with assessors for more pathways for advancements from the appraiser position to the auditor appraiser certification. Ms. Stowers, Ms. Renati, Mr. Young, and Mr. Nanjo responded that such efforts could be initiated through the board rulemaking process to clarify or change the education requirements, but cautioned that lowering educational requirements could adversely affect compensation levels. The executive director agreed to research and further explore the educational requirements for appraisers, auditor appraisers, and report back to the work group at the board in August. Co-chair Gaines, let me turn to you for any comments or suggestions before we move forward.
Now, is this in reference to our minutes or
Minutes
to our
of
hearing
the-
yesterday?
This is of the 25, July, last month.
Oh, I've got nothing to add. No,
Nothing to add.
thank you.
We all good on this side? Okay, so we need a motion to approve those, so I'll go ahead and move that.
Second.
Second by Member Gaines. I don't think we had any written comments or anybody in the audience on that one, did we, Ms. Chickadee?
No written comments. I have no one in the audience who would like to make a comment on this motion to approve the minutes for the
Minutes.
Workforce Planning Board Work Group. Let's go to the AT&T moderator. AT&T moderator, do we have anyone on the line who'd like to make a comment regarding this item?
To comment on this item, please press 1 then 0 at this time. We have no response from the phone lines, no one in queue.
All righty, so I have a motion to approve the July 25th minutes for the Workforce Planning Board Work Group, given by Mr. Vasquez and seconded by Mr. Gaines. I'm going to call roll. Chairman Vasquez,
Aye?
Vice Chair Lieber,
Aye.
Member Gaines,
Aye.
Member Schaefer,
Aye.
Deputy Controller Emmeron.
Aye.
So that's unanimous of all those present. With that, members, now I would like to propose a second motion to approve the August 29th, which was yesterday. Recommendations as well as that we discussed at the end of the workforce work group meeting yesterday. The motion is to adopt the workforce planning group, work group's recommendations to direct the executive director to meet with the chief of Brea, Ms., I hope I'm pronouncing this, Jamat, I believe, and the CAA president to discuss the possibility of partnering with them on what steps we can pursue together in order to advance the appraiser and appraiser's college curriculum, accelerated training programs, internships, and expanding recruitment and retention options, and report to the board with a concept in the next 2 to 3 months. The ED should encourage the others to reach out to the colleges and universities and the Appraisal Institute to determine the most productive options to utilize our collective existing resources, collaborate with the assessors, each other, to the maximum extent possible. And I believe the exec director might have some comments on that.
Thank you, sir. Good day. Yvette Starr, Executive Director. Couple of comments. Considering that we did not have the opportunity yesterday to provide the report on the qualifications for the auditor appraiser that I committed to do last month, and considering the motion that is currently pending, I respectfully request that before you actually take action on this motion, that you allow me the opportunity to provide the board with an overview and some clarification on the various topics that were mentioned in the chairman's suggested motion. I would like to come back to this body at the next scheduled board work group meeting and provide this overview, if that's okay with you guys.
Let me ask my co-chair.
I think that'd be fine. I think we'll have more information.
We're good?
We want to make
Okay.
sure that we proceed in
And
the
Vice
right.
Chair Lieber, they had.
Thank
talk
you.
that
I
pathway.
think that would be very beneficial to have that additional information. And I am very interested also to request the executive director to make contact with the CAA and talk to them about the CAA doing a real needs assessment and surveying their assessors so that we know what the roadmap looks like a little bit. And I think that should be a needs assessment that's done by the CAA.
Should we have David Young oversee that one too? Just curious.
Why not? He looks excited today.
Yeah, I'm
But
sure
no,
that
I
Mr. Young
agree.
can do it before the next meeting.
I'm sorry, I didn't want to cut you. Was that?
No, that's the substance of it. Is I'm very eager to see the CAA reach out to their members and ask for more information in terms of a needs assessment, so that we know a little bit more about what the roadmap looks like, and I think that they'd be well situated to look at the different ways that the assessors have their offices structured. Obviously, their staffing is maybe different than the Board of Equalization in terms of educational requirements and entry, and I think they're going to know best about their own practices.
So it sounds like you're prepared to come back in the September meeting with that.
Yes. Well, the
Okay.
need assessment, I can do a high level between now
Yeah.
and September.
But at least have this collaboration.
But at least I can have, what I want to focus on into September is kind of set the stage on what we have done so far. And really provide a detailed description on what the California Bureau of Real Estate Appraisal, what they do as a licensing agency, and whether or not their role and their training and curriculum fits within the BOE and the county assessors. I've done the high-level dive already, but I really want to take the time to break it down and sound intelligent when I report back.
And see if there's some way we could possibly expedite this in some form, because that's where I'm kind of heading with this thing. And I know you mentioned that you have strong or the county, and I guess the BOE has that requirement that might be one of the obstacles, that you require a 4-year degree.
Right. I did confirm that already. All BOE, our minimum qualifications for the appraiser series is a 4-year degree. All counties have the same requirement except for LA County.
Right.
They changed their minimum qualifications. And the 4-year degree for the appraiser by itself does not mean a county. It's just a 4-year degree. I mean, we
Period.
have suggestions on the type of degrees that we think would be a good fit, like an econ degree, stats, or finance. But for us, someone with an English degree is perfect too. We have a couple, so. it
Hearing
depends.
that, I'm wondering if you can come back and see, well, next month when you're reporting back, is if there's an option. One of the things I was looking at is, especially now that you're telling me it doesn't have to necessarily be a four-year degree in business or real estate. It could be in English, for example, and still qualify. Then I would think we would be open to allowing somebody that's in the process of getting a four-year degree have maybe like an emergency certificate, as long as they're enrolled to complete this four-year degree within, let's say, a year, so they could actually be engaged and earning a living as an appraiser of some sort, kind of like we do with the emergency teaching credentials.
I follow what you're saying, sir. I would.
If that's an option.
I could double check how the counties do theirs, but for the BOE, an individual who's close to receiving their four-year degree, they are eligible to apply for the appraiser job. And then they would just have to complete the degree and within a certain time period. So that already exists.
Oh, that'd be great. Yeah.
So in respect to emergency certificate, when someone meets the minimum qualifications for hiring, they interview, they compete and they're successful, they can be hired as an appraiser. And they have a year to get their certificate, but they are working.
Oh, that's good.
So the certificate, the lack of a certificate does not stop employment. And that's some of the things that I really wanted to walk you guys through next month, because you guys saw me going back and forth yesterday.
Yes.
There's a lot of information that I don't think has been really clearly communicated to you guys.
Well, I'm comfortable with that because I just didn't want to see us sit back and wait another month. But if you're telling me what you come back with in September might put us in a direction that hopefully we could even maybe expedite this sooner than later.
Expedite, or might even see that there may not be a need.
Okay. Vice Chair.
That sounds very good to me, to get that high-level information back. And then, in terms of a needs assessment, what I'm picturing is that we would request from CAA that they do a needs assessment of their own members, and not that the board staff would need to go out to 58 counties and.
Right. I'm just gonna ask the president to send out an email and ask them to, what do you guys need when it comes to your workforce?
Wonderful,
Yeah,
thank
and
you.
then- and she's done that before for other issues, and they will get back.
Thank you so much.
And my co-chair,
Yeah,
Member
I
Gaines,
just
I think, has.
had a follow-up question in terms of, we talked about fee-only appraisers and maybe an opportunity to bring them into county assessors' offices. Would that still require a four-year degree? I mean, can you be an appraiser without a four-year degree? And does that experience count as something if you were hired as in an
Some of the
assessor's
experience
office?
will count. If they have extensive experience, they may qualify to come in.
Okay. Okay, so there is an exception.
There's always exceptions.
Yeah. Because when you said four-year degree, I'm going, at all counties except LA.
Yeah,
Right,
yeah. And
Wow,
the-
that's a pretty-
that's the education
or equivalent.
and/or experience.
Good,
It depends
okay.
on how they did their minimum
Okay.
qualifications.
All right, you'll lay that all out for us next
Yes.
month. Okay, thank you.
I think we're good. So
Sounds
since I
to
didn't
me
really
that-
actually get a second on my motion anyway, so I
I
guess
was going
we're
to say,
good.
yeah, it sounds like we have two separate motions that we're working with. One that Ms. Lieber was asking, and then the one that you had requested, and Ms. Stowers had adjusted a little bit.
Actually, I think he had the motion, and I'm asking to hold off on the motion. Don't
Okay.
take action on the motion.
That's
And
what
I can
thought,
just take the feedback that I received so far and add that into the information that I'll report back out at the September meeting, including the needs assessment.
Okay,
So I'll hold until September, so when we regroup in September, I'll tweak it based on your presentation.
Yes.
That's fine.
Co-chair, you good?
Yes, thank
Okay.
you.
So with that, Mr. Chiquetti, if we would move on to our next item.
okay. We're up to item number 14, Executive Director's Report. Report on the status of pending and upcoming organizational issues presented by Ms. Stowers.
Welcome back.
Good day. Yvette Stowers, Executive Director. Members, yesterday we had a very successful 2023 Taxpayer Bill of Rights hearing. allowing taxpayers and stakeholders to provide input and address the board on any suggestions, comments, or concerns on California property tax system and alcoholic beverage tax. I want to recognize and thank the BOE team, specifically Ms. Lisa Thompson, our taxpayer rights advocate, and her office for leading and organizing the hearing. Additionally, I also want to thank our communication chief, Mr. Peter Kim, for the various outreach, including the outreach toolkit, e-blast, social media, and prominently featuring the hearing on the agency's website. Finally, I want to thank board proceedings team for arranging and managing all the hearing logistics. Thank you, everyone. And thank you, members, for attentively listening to the presentation and all the concerns and your suggestions. For my next item, members, as you know, the Northern California Assessors Association held their 2023 regional conference on August 7th through August 10th. BOE agency staff and several of you and your staff was also in attendance. This year's conference provided an excellent opportunity for the CEA and BOE to discuss further ways to work more in collaboration and an opportunity to discuss emerging issues. I want to thank the NCAA for their hospitality and for including the BOE in their annual regional conference. Finally, members, I'd like to highlight a few important dates on the horizon. September 21st, 2023. The BOE has been invited to participate in the California Society of Enrolled Agents annual State Tax Agency Liaison Meeting. This event will be held virtually. I will attend and give a brief presentation on the impacts of recent disasters and provide general update from BOE. This annual event is an excellent opportunity and forum for outreach to our stakeholders, not only on the agency's role on property tax, but also getting information to our stakeholders on the important tax updates. Next, members, on September 27th, our annual meeting with assessors. That'll be the second day of the board meeting, and that format is generally, well, the assessors will be here, some will be here in person, some will be virtual. The president and the incoming president will have an opportunity to speak, provide updates on what's going on in their various areas as a collective. Members will do the same. We are looking for a general topic to talk in open session. Member Gaines may have a topic dealing with, but I am open for suggestions on any topics that you guys think you would like to talk about. I will continue to work with the chair staff, but if you would like to reach out to me with a potential topic, presenter, I'm open. And then after that open discussion, you generally break out into your groups by districts and your assessors and have a one-on-one conversation. I will be reserving conference rooms here at 450 Inch Street for Vice Chair Lieber, Member Schaefer, and Member Gaines if you like. Chairman Vasquez. Yes. Okay, the next item on the date is the annual CAA conference, which is going to be held in Palm Springs on October 31st through November 3rd. I highly encourage all members to attend.
Where is this?
What was the date again?
October 31st to...
Wait, is that Halloween?
Yes.
We go trick or treating.
They might
come
bring us some
dressed.
candy.
So it's October 31st through what?
November 3rd.
Where's it gonna be?
Palm Springs. I don't have the name of the hotel.
Well, that's in my district. I like
Yes,
that.
it is.
Lucky you.
So this is this the enrolled agents?
No, I'm sorry.
conference?
No, this is the CAA, California's Assessors
Oh, yeah,
Association.
that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had talked about that earlier. All right, thank you.
Okay. Is
We're
it,
invited, we don't have to go, is that right?
you, sir, we guys are elected officials. No one's mandating you guys to go. but it's a great opportunity to network with your assessors.
No, it's good, but if I wanted to go for 2 days or 3 days instead of,
Absolutely. When the agenda is not out yet, but generally speaking, the best day to go is when they have their opening ceremony and they do their roll call, which would probably actually be November 1st.
Governor Newsom used to own Melvin's Restaurant there, and he sold it, so we have one less reason to go there.
Okay. So it's, the kickoff is October 31st, but the actual business day is November 1st. And that's the day that I highly recommend, if your schedules permit, that you guys attend the conference. And keep in mind that it's their conference, so we won't have a speaking role, but of course, they will acknowledge all of the board members. At least I don't think we have a speaking role. We have not been invited yet.
And costumes are welcome, you said? Is that
And
you said?
what? I didn't say that. Okay, now finally, on November 1st through the 3rd, the California Lawyers Association would hold their annual meeting of Tax Board and Tax Policy Conference. This conference is also in Palm Springs. And there's a little conflict there, but I'm sure Mr. Imran is going to play double duty.
Yes, yes. I got to attend with you last year, Executive Director. It was a great event, bringing some of the best and brightest minds in California to discuss tax policy. Hopefully the hotels are close to each other. If it's probably in the same hotel, that'd be
They're
great.
not in the same hotel, but they are close.
Okay,
Yeah,
good.
Yeah. So I figured he was going to play double duty. I'm going to play double duty too. I'm going to at least go for one day there, probably the second day there. And that focus, as a reminder, is all tax policy. So it's income taxes, it's sales tax, and it's property tax. And you have, it's sponsored by the tax bar, so you have tax attorneys there. And then you have the agency's staff there, their attorneys, CDTFA, FTB, Mr. Najo will be speaking when they have their roundtable chief counsel.
Is it
It's
put
a-
on by the FTB? Who puts it on?
It is co-organized by the FTB,
Okay.
yeah.
And when is that again?
November 1st through the 3rd.
Okay.
For that event, let me get their agenda. I encourage you guys to come to the networking event in the evening time.
Are we going to get an email about some of this? I may not get all the information down.
Yes, I will send you and your staff an email with all of this.
And you know the email's going to be coming to me. We've had an issue on that.
Yeah, we'll discuss that later. Sorry. Okay, well, that is my update. Are there any questions? I think, Mr. Gaines, you look like you had a question when I talked about disaster update earlier. When I said I was going to be meeting with the enrolled agent, and they want me to provide an update on disaster relief. You look.
Yeah, well, I was just curious as to whether any members were attending or not, but it sounds like you're doing that on behalf of the BOE.
On behalf of the agency,
Yes.
yes.
Yeah, so you'll report back to
I'll
us.
report
and-
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, okay,
And
that's
actually,
fine.
it's me and Dave.
All right. Gotten lassoed again. All right.
Yeah, I was just thinking about what your opening comments were, though, on possible, a topic, the general, I guess, when we have all the assessors together on the 27th. My thoughts is that I'm wondering if we could think about, and I don't know what the rest of the members feel, is kind of zero in on maybe possessory interest and Prop 19, since those are the two bills that seem to be having some traction. Well, Prop 19, we're constantly getting calls on, and some of the issues, and it's still not real clear. I mean, just from seeing this last letter we received, people are still getting hit on this really hard. Because the information's finally going out, and I think as we see more and more people losing loved ones and thinking they can be able to pass on their inheritance or a piece of property, to find out that it's not the same anymore.
Okay, so I will put that down, Prop 19,
And I was thinking
challenges and
possessory
lessons
interest only
learned.
because of the one bill that Senator Rubio, it looks like it's starting to move.
Yeah, and then possessory interest, SB 40, and other
Right.
items. Okay, that would be a very lively conversation.
What do you think? I think it'd be good for all of us, because I think that cuts across the whole state.
Okay. Okay, sounds good.
We'll get an update on Senator Rubio's legislation
Right.
included. Yeah, that'd be very helpful.
That concludes my presentation.
All righty.
I don't see any other hands. I think we're good. Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is item 15, operational priorities. Report on the status of operational priorities and upcoming organizational issues. This matter is being presented by the Chief Deputy Director, Ms. Renati.
Good morning, honorable members. I am Lisa Renati, Chief Deputy Director. Today I'll report on some of the agency's operational priorities and projects. The first item is recruitments. Since our last meeting, we have successfully filled 2 positions with professionals that are new to the BOE. Through our consistent and proactive recruitment activities, we have reduced the agency's vacancy rate to a little over 14%. And to put that even into more perspective, our property tax department, our auditor, appraiser, and appraiser positions, our vacancy rate is about 11%. And of those, we have to keep some for retired annuitants and salary savings. So we really have about 8 positions right now that we're actively trying to recruit. So we're doing a really good job of making sure that we have those recruitment paths and the pools of candidates that we're bringing in, and we're managing to fill those positions. So it's all due to the team and the property tax department and Dave Young, making sure that we fill those vacancies and bring them in. We also are continuing our recruitment events we have 5 planned virtual and in-person recruitment events we'll be attending. Those include the UC campuses, Cal State campuses, community colleges, and also EDD, Cal HR events. And we've also adjusted our voluntary recruitment survey tool that was suggested by this board so that multiple platforms can use that survey and we can get those responses. We found that we weren't getting a lot of survey responses, and so we looked into it and found out there needed to be some tweaks. So hopefully we'll get more results on our survey to find out where people are coming and finding us. So thank you for that suggestion, and it's in process. Regarding our training and succession planning, we're bringing these people in, and we have new managers and new people getting promoted all the time. We're trying to make sure we have the training available for them and succession planning. One of the ways that we do that is through our training program that we have in-house. We also have our mandated programs that we have, training classes we have to do by state mandate. What we do for that is we have an agency-wide training calendar where certain courses are taught every 6 months, and everyone in the agency has to take those courses by a certain date. I'm happy to report that for the agency staff, they all completed their end-of-year fiscal training on time. So we have that done. And lastly, we keep working on our succession planning. This includes asking staff and supervisors to present information at board meetings, to be included on, in our one-on-one, in our management meetings, policy decisions. We're bringing other people into the room so they can watch, learn, and also give their perspectives. So that's how we're managing our current succession planning. And members, unless you have any questions, that concludes my operational report for today.
Thank you, Ms. Renati. And members, before I turn to my members, I wanted to take this opportunity to introduce my new attorney in the office, and I see him, if he could stand in the back. We got Casey Llewellyn, a highly respected tax counsel from CDTFA. Casey Llewellyn was admitted to the California State Bar in 2015 after graduating from UC Davis School of Law, where he received the Whitkin Award for Outstanding Academic Achievement in UC Davis's Tax and Distributive Justice course. During his time in law school, he interned for legal services for Northern California through their Sargent Shriver Civil Counsel Act pilot project, where he assisted staff counsel in defending Sacramento tenants facing eviction. He also completed a 15-week internship with the appellate division of both the State Board of Equalization and the Franchise Tax Board, where he wrote summary analysis and opening briefs for the franchise and income tax appeals. Most recently, he spent the last 6 years working for the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration's Appeals Bureau, where he conducted appeals conferences and authored over 100 appeals. Bureau Division on Sales and the Use Tax and other special tax and fee appeals. He has also volunteered with the Internal Revenue Service Volunteer Income Tax Assistance Program community known as VITA, where he helped low-income and medium-income taxpayers file their federal and state income tax returns at no cost to them. Casey holds a BA in Spanish with a minor in linguistics from the California State University of Long Beach. Born and raised in the high desert of Southern California, Casey is a lifelong Californian, apart from 3 years spent living in Spain. I didn't realize he was bilingual. But happy to have you, and also just wanted to welcome, and so you all know and get to meet him as well. And thank you for your report, because I know you've helped quite a bit in terms of just filling a lot of the vacancies we've had, which I think just kind of adds to the dynamics of where we're going and how we need to grow. And I'm hoping maybe this next year, if the budget, if we have a little bit of a jump start, at least on the state level, because I know it's been tight this year, but I'd like to see things that we may be looking at, and kind of looking at you as some of the things that we would love to do if we had more staff and resources. With that, let me turn over. I think we had some comments here from my deputy controller.
Thank you, Chairman. Congratulations on the valuable addition to your team. Looking forward to working with Casey as well. And welcome yourself to the BOE. And then also, too, Ms. Renata, I just want to lend my thank you to you on behalf of the controller. The incredible progress of the past 4.5 years. I know you've been dealing with it, and just incredible work and plumping up this Board of Equalization, bringing it back to the national stage where we belong. And also working with Mr. Kim over there, too. I always see the posts on social media, on LinkedIn, and just doing a great job. And I'm wishing you also the best of luck with the 8 positions you have left to go. I know the 5 tabling events, I'm sure will fill up very quickly. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Yeah, great. Thank you for your presentation, and also welcome, Casey. Great to have you at the BOE. I just wanted to revisit, after the passage of AB 102, can you tell us roughly how many vacant positions we had? Because I'm just trying to go from, where we were to where we are now. We've made great progress, but.
Don't have the exact number, but
Okay.
I want to think it was in the high double digits, like 30-40%
Yes.
vacancy rate.
Yeah.
We were,
I think
and then
we're
we
at
got
about
down into the
60,
20s.
65 or so,
Yeah,
weren't we?
got-
65 or 7, somewhere in
It
that
could have
range
been.
is my recollection. But I've seen that progress being made, so it's very encouraging. And so keep up the great work, and also thank you for monitoring where you're getting people from and where we need to reach out to in order to fill those additional positions. So that's great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Should we break for lunch so we can be back in time?
I know we were trying to slip in 16 and 17, that's probably not gonna happen.
Nope.
So it's noon now, so, do we do an hour, so we can be back at 1?
Oh, yep. So at this point, do we want to, we're going to recess?
this meeting.
So recess the board meeting, if you don't mind. 12. 1 o'clock. Thank you.
welcome back, and thank you for being punctual. It's 1 o'clock. We're going to reconvene. And Ms. Cicchetti, oh, no, is it Ms. Taylor now?
We're going to convene the board work group for the
We're not
veterans
on-
exemption, disabled.
Oh, I guess I'm off. I was looking at item,
16. Well, I think there was a time certain for your speakers today for the board
oh,
work group.
okay, all right.
So
I'll let you go.
We'll start with the work group, then we'll go back to the meeting.
Sounds good.
All right. So if you could just confirm that we are convening the board work group for veterans exemption, disabled veterans exemption, and homeowners exemption at 1 o'clock. And our first item is greetings and introductory remarks from Mr. Chairman Vasquez and Ms. Vice Chair Lieber.
Okay, so am I hearing some back noise? What's that coming from?
They're on Teams. There's a few people.
Oh.
I believe, some of our upcoming speakers are in the Teams environment.
Got it. Well, welcome back, everyone. We are now convening the Veterans, Disabled Veterans, and Homeowners Exemption Work Group. Ms. Taylor, will you announce the speakers? You want to announce the speakers now?
Certainly. The speakers that are online right now are for item 2. So unless there's any introductory remarks, I can move on to item 2.
Yes, once you do that,
All
then
right.
we'll come back.
Great. Item 2, overview of guidance on the application of a Veterans Organization exemption for buildings, property owned by Veterans Organization, use issues. Our speakers today, we'll start with the BOE overview of exemptions, responsibilities, federal statutory updates, and issues regarding use. And our speakers are Yvette Stowers, Executive Director, Board of Equalization, Henry Nanjo, Chief Counsel, Board of Equalization, and David Young, Deputy Director, Property Tax Department, Board of Equalization.
Welcome, welcome.
Good afternoon.
Good
Chairman
afternoon.
Vasquez, honorable members, I'm Yvette Stowers, Executive Director. I'd like to first thank the board for their leadership in identifying and exploring ways to address current challenges within the veterans, disabled veterans, and homeowners exemption. At last month's meeting, the board work group heard speakers on many issues related to these exemptions. During the discussion, a comment was made regarding the application of the Veterans Organization exemption, prompting questions on the specifics of this exemption. As a result, today's work group focused on the Veterans Organization exemption. To assist with the discussion, Mr. David Young, Deputy Director of the Property Tax Department, is going to provide you with an overview of the Veterans Organization exemption. Mr. Young?
Thank you, Yvette. Good afternoon, Chair Vasquez and honorable members of the board. For the record, my name is David Young. I'm the Deputy Director of the Property Tax Department. With the board's okay, I see we have a very robust calendar for today, but I would like to maybe just go back and do a quick recap of the veterans, disabled veterans, and the homeowners exemption, and I will concentrate on the veterans organizational exemptions. I promise my update will be high level, and it should be about 3 minutes. So with your okay, I'll go ahead and start. So with a quick overview of the veterans exemption. Right now, there's an exemption under Revenue and Taxation Code 205 that basically exempts $4,000 worth of taxable property from any veterans. So if you're a veteran, you're eligible for that exemption. There are a couple limitations there. For you to get that exemption, you actually can't own property that is worth more than $5,000. And if you're a married veteran, that limit goes up to $10,000. So if you own limited property, both real and personal property in California, then you can exempt up to $4,000 worth of your property. The other one that is a little bit more substantial is the one for the disabled veterans.
Just a question of clarification.
Of course.
Would that apply to a mobile home?
It would apply to mobile home.
Yeah.
It would apply to mobile home. as long as it's taxable as real property and not a licensed mobile home, it would apply to certain watercrafts and whatnot, so
Thank
it's
you.
all types of properties. Yes. $4,000 has been the amount for a very long time. It has not seen any increase in quite a while. It is a relatively small amount, so small that we have not had many in the recent years that have applied for it, because there are other more advantageous exemptions that that are available to veterans. So it is a little bit low. Right now, my guess is, because there's so little of those, I would guess there's probably only a couple dozen left in California at that level.
What did I have to do to get it up to 100,000?
Well, the veterans exemption is actually embedded in the California Constitution, so it would require a constitutional amendment in order to change the limit on that. There are other exemptions available to veterans. There is a disabled veterans exemption. So that comes actually in two parts. The first one is known as the $100,000 exemption. So if you're a disabled veteran, you have to be rated at 100% disability, and you can actually get an exemption for up to $100,000 of your property. That's embedded in Revenue Taxation Code 205.5. That $100,000 is actually indexed for inflation on a yearly basis.
When did that start, the 100,000?
The veterans exemption, the disabled veterans exemption, has been around for almost over 30 years, so I don't have the exact date.
Well, the 100,000 and the 4,000 started at the same time?
No, they did not. The veterans exemption was in law well before the disabled veterans. That basic $100,000 exemption, over the many years of factoring of increases due to inflation, right now you can exempt up to $169,769 of taxable property as of 2024. And in the state of California, for the last year we had reported numbers on that is for fiscal year 2022-23, we had over 63,000 of that exemption, and it's taken off over $8.8 billion off of the taxable, off the rolls of the 58
These are only
counties.
disabled people, though.
These are only disabled, so in order to qualify, you do have to be rated at 100% disability. So that, under 205.5, there's actually one other disabled veterans exemption. It's an offshoot of that, and there's a special one for if you qualify as low income. So the low income one is known as the $150,000 exemption. So they raise the limit if you meet certain income qualifications. They have the same factoring provisions in there. So so factored up for this coming 2024 lien date, the amount that you can actually exempt is $254,656. So it's over $250,000 if you're disabled.
Do you have any feel for how other states are treating veterans?
Yeah, actually I do. So let me just wrap up the low income one, and then I'll jump back and discuss a little bit about that. So there's a little over 4,800 of those low-income veterans exemption, and it takes off just a little bit over $1 billion off of the rolls. So together, almost 68,000 of the disabled veterans exemption, and getting really close to about $10 billion taken off the roll. So the last exemption that's available to veterans is if you own more property than the $5,000 limit for the veterans, but you're not disabled, you can take advantage of just the regular homeowner's exemption. The homeowner's exemption is available to anybody that owns a property if it's your primary residence. You can take a homeowner's exemption on that, it's $7,000. There is over 4.7 million of those homeowners exemptions in California, and that takes off over $33.3 billion off the taxable value off of the rolls. So if I may come back to your question.
I thought the 7,000 was anybody. You're saying?
That is correct. So the $7,000, it's just a homeowner's exemption. It's available to anybody, including veterans.
Yeah.
So if you actually own a home, chances are in California, it'd be worth more than $5,000. And if you're married, more than $10,000.
And isn't that a rather silly amount, given the economy?
It's when it was implemented, it was enough to exempt a decent portion of your taxable value. It no longer reflects that.
100 years ago.
It's been a little bit. So just to go back, just to fill in a little bit, how do other states treat the veterans exemptions? Almost all states have some provision for a veterans exemption. They range all the way from basically a tax refund of taxes paid, all the way to a full exemption of your property. So it runs the whole gamut. The most generous states offer a full exemption on a primary home owned by veterans, and one of them actually includes up to 40 acres of land. So we are somewhere in the middle. And then my last area I wanted to cover was the veterans organization exemption. So that's since the early 70s, that has been in statute. It's actually in Revenue and Taxation Code 215.1 that exempts property owned by a veterans organization and used for one of their purposes. There is a two-step method that you have to basically go through in order to get that exemption. Just like the regular welfare exemption, you actually have to come to the board and get an OCC, or an organizational clearance certificate. We take a look at that organization's formative documents to make sure the organization fits within the parameter of what's required. Once they get an OCC from us, their next step is to actually apply for that specific property at the county assessor in which the property is located. So if they get an OCC from us, they own something in Sacramento, they wouldn't go to Sacramento County assessors and say, I want to get an exemption for this specific piece of property.
What does the T stand for in OTC?
I'm sorry, it's OCC, it's Organizational Clearance Certificate. It is a certification we give to organizations that meet the requirements as an organization that they are
You
organized.
said OTC, like in Thomas.
Oh, I'm sorry, if I said it, I misspoke. It's OCC,
OCC.
correct.
So in simple terms, members, the Board of Equalization is charged with making sure that the organization qualifies, and then as Mr. Young stated, it's a two-part process. The second part's done by the assessors, and the assessors take a look at the actual use and determine if the use is appropriate for an exemption.
Absolutely, that's correct. So it is a shared responsibility. We co-administer that with the county assessors. So if the organization is denied an OCC, the recourse is to basically appeal it before the board, before you, but there is no appeal process for the denial of the exemption for a specific property by the assessor. That would have to be basically be brought before the Superior Court for their decision. So
Mr. Young, I don't recall anybody coming before us. Has that happened?
we do check, and we have revoked some. Most of them are revoked because they, one, no longer qualify or no longer own that property. But we have not had one before the board for an appeal process in quite a while. So,
Like 50 years or 5 years?
I don't, it's at least been more, it's been more than 5 years. So if they no longer qualify, we work with them extensively. We reach out to them, we ask, do you still need this? Is this something that is, you wish to continue? Why did you not file? We work with them, and when and if we can, we will work with them to basically renew their status.
Generally speaking, if there are any kind of questions whatsoever, Mr. Young's staff will involve legal, and we will get involved and work with the organization. So at the end of the day, to answer your question, Member Schaefer, we all agree that we give them every opportunity to show us that, you know, they are entitled to it, and at the end of the day, if they're not entitled to it, they understand that, which is probably why there hasn't been an appeal. I am not aware of an appeal in the last at least 10 years, if not more.
So to cover what's required in order to get this organization for a veterans organization. So there's requirements embedded in the Revenue Taxation Code 215.1 and also 214. So under the 215.1, the requirement is that the veterans organization must actually be chartered by the U.S. Congress. So there is a requirement that they actually be chartered through Congress. There's other general, they also, in that provision, they reference that not only do you have to meet 215.1, but you actually have to meet the requirements in 214, which is the general welfare exemption, A through 7. And one of them, the most broad, is the property must be used exclusively for a charitable purpose. So that's the real broad one. It has to be for a charitable purpose. And then there's an actually 214A5, actually there is an actual provision that says what it can't be used for. So that provision says the property may not be used for fraternal lodge or social club purposes, with an exception. That exception is when that use is clearly incidental to a qualified veterans organization's charitable purpose. So if you can't use it for a lodge, you can't use it for a social club. But if it's something used for a true charitable purpose, but you use it incidentally for that, then then perhaps you can get it in. So with that, there's a whole lot of, it's not truly prescriptive, it's not super clear. There are some court cases that through the course of this exemption that has opined on certain things. And we've taken all that and we've actually have some guidance in our handbook. Assessor's Handbook 267 has some general guidance on what is basically allowed in a veteran organizational exemption. And it could be basically summarized in that the property must be used in a manner that is at least incidental to and reasonably necessary for fulfilling a purpose that benefits the general public, and that charitable purpose does not include fraternal lodge or social activities. So that's our general guidance. What do we gave a couple of specific examples. One of the examples that we gave, what is a qualified use? We said that office areas used for counseling veterans and for storing veterans' records are considered exclusively used for a charitable purpose and qualifying for the exemption. In general, what we said do not qualify is meeting halls and areas found on most veterans organizational properties are not considered to be used exclusively for charitable purposes because they are primarily for fraternal, lodge, or social club purposes. So that's what we said in general. But however, bear in mind too that we've also said that should the meeting hall be used, for example, primarily for educational financial seminars for veterans and only occasionally used for activities, the hall should qualify for the exemption. So you have to bear in mind that this is actually a use exemption. It is not a type of property exemption. It all depends on how the property is being used. So conceivably, although theoretically it could happen, two similar properties, veterans halls, owned by the same organization in the same county, one may get an exemption and one may not. It all depends on how it's being used. If one is being used mainly as a lodge or a social club meeting place, it probably wouldn't qualify. The other one, identical, maybe not too far away, the primary use of that is for counseling, veteran services and whatnot, and only occasionally used as a hall, that may qualify. So it's very much a use exemption and not a property type. So that's kind of where we're at in what we have so far for guidance on the issue. Now, bear in mind that there has been many legislative attempts in order to make specific that a lodge use, social club use, is actually a qualifying use. There has been legislation going all the way back to 2002, 2002, and up to as recently as 2019, that basically would have provided a statutory provision that says that type of use is within the scope of the veterans organization. None of them have made it through the full legislative process. That concludes my presentation.
And if I can add on just from a legal standpoint, there's been a lot of court cases involving the Veterans Organization exemption. So not all of them completely consistent, as court cases may sometimes find themselves being not consistent. But generally speaking, there's a lot of guidance out there that we try to capture in our guidance and handbooks and documents, and also in our legal opinions. We occasionally do get asked about a legal opinion in this area. But it's really challenging because it is kind of away from our jurisdiction, as we kind of started out by saying. Our jurisdiction is identifying the organization and certifying the organization. As far as the use, that's usually, for lack of a better term, a fight that the assessor or the county gets into with the actual organizations in many of these court cases that I'm referring to.
Through the chair, if I could just,
I was just wanting to double check with Ms. Taylor real quick. I know we have people on the line. Are there time sensitivities here on these things, or do we have a little window, or do we still have some flexibility here?
Yeah, we still have some flexibility.
Okay. Go ahead, Member
great,
Gates.
thank you. So it sounds like, again, you would need legislation to provide more clarity on how expansive the exemption is. Social, for instance, social use of veterans. Is that what you're speaking of specifically, or are you speaking of other events that are unrelated to veterans that may occur on the premises?
I mean, generally speaking, the cases have been fairly narrow and fairly strict for the most part. Every now and then you'll find a little bit more flexibility. But yes. But what happens is typically, as Mr. Young suggested, social, fraternal, those kind of activities are clearly, they're specifically said they're not included, right? So a lot of veterans organization facilities have bar areas, if you will. Bars have been pretty clearly stated as, no, that's for social purposes. So.
Okay. I've been to like a retirement event for a general who was retiring.
Right.
So would that be an exemption? Would that be?
That
It
kind of
was
gets
like
close.
a dinner, awards dinner sort of thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
it
mean,
gets-
it depends on how it's packaged, I mean, honestly, because what the facts they're gonna look at is this a social activity? Because if it's a social activity, it's not entitled to, the exemption. Now, that being said, it's not one event, right?
Right.
One event could be incidental, so if they have one general retiring that they throw a party for every,
Okay.
10 years, that's probably an
Okay.
incidental use, right?
And then I've gone to like a pancake breakfast, I've gone to several of those, and is that social? I mean, I guess it's social, but
Yeah, so, I mean, there is room for interpretation, but the surest method to get clear-cut, parameters on this is through legislation. There has been other legislations on this. There was provision passed a couple years back that actually said that certain bingo functions are within the parameters, and that's in there. So they have gone that route. They've been successful in some and not in others.
okay. I think they charged for the breakfast that I went to, and
Yeah. So once again, that comes down to, is it truly incidental? As Mr.
Yeah.
Nanjo has said, if you do it once in a while, it could be incidental. But if you hold an annual event, that annual event is regular, even though it's once a year, that may not be incidental.
Yeah,
So
okay.
a lot of it is up to assessors to discern upon
It's
the
not
facts
clear.
of the case, yeah.
unless you carry legislation and clarify.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and
Okay.
I think a couple points to keep in mind is because of these details, it's very case by case, which is why rather than the BOE as an organization trying to create guidelines, it's really the assessors to kind of know what's going on in their county and what's acceptable and what's considered incidental and what have you. The other point to remember is, as Mr. Young started at the very front end of this, even as Member Schaefer noted, some of these exemptions are fairly low amounts of money. The amount of money that in total gets taken off the tax rolls is quite significant. We're talking billions of dollars, right? So consequently, there is some sensitivity to expanding these exemptions to the point where, then you have a shortfall that you need to make up on the other end. So it's always kind of a balancing act from that standpoint.
But just to clarify, so the billions of dollars of exemptions have to do with housing though, versus
Correct.
veterans halls.
Right.
Yeah,
Is that
the
correct?
numbers I
Okay.
gave, the numbers I gave you were for the individual veterans and what they qualify
Yes,
for,
okay.
not for the organization.
Very good, thank you.
It's still the same concept. These
Yeah.
are, to the extent that you're giving exemptions, it's money off the county rolls.
Yes,
So,
yeah, thank you.
thank you.
We're good?
Yeah,
Yep.
we're good.
Thank you.
Then you know what, Ms. Hill, I misspoke here. I guess I should open up with some remarks, and I was going to turn to my vice chair and the members as well, since we do have a little, I was thinking that we were holding these people up, waiting
I
to
think
speak.
we're okay.
So first of all, thank you for your presentations. And kind of going back a little bit, as we discussed at our July 25th meeting, veterans and their organizations have faced some challenges in qualifying for exemptions that board and assessors jointly administer. We learned that many disabled veterans are unaware of them or challenged by the complexity of the forms and eligibility. Income levels, surviving spouses. In addition, we heard that some veterans organizations have challenged qualifying their property for exemptions, even though they are chartered in Congress. Regarding homeowners, we learned that many family members who inherit a home are unaware of the new mandate under Prop 19 to claim the homeowner's exemption within 1 year of the transfer. Today, this work group will hear testimony from those who are most impacted by these issues and will receive the input and expertise from the assessors who are at the forefront and can help recommend the best options. And with that, let me turn it to my co-chair, Ms. Lieber, and see what opening remarks she might have.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Well, I know that for each of the board members, it's been really a learning experience to look at what California provides, and especially in contrast to where some other states are in terms of their policy landscape. And I think that this is going to be a work group that will keep developing, and there's the possibility of requesting legislation on any of these topics. And I'm still going through looking at what has been the fate of the previous legislation. But I think that there's a lot more to do. And at the outset of this process, I kind of, you hear the terms thrown around. There's this veterans exemption, that veterans tax credit, whatever. But as we've learned by going through the process, sometimes it's so difficult to really access these things that it ends up not being worth it. And in particular for our veterans who are seniors, and some of the complications that are dependent on when an individual served and what their status is. So we've had some really good information surface so far, and I'm looking forward to continuing that process. I do think that the BOE has a role to play, and as we go through this exercise, really being able to highlight some of the areas that we think that it would be fortuitous to have legislation in, and to move forward on that basis. So thank you.
Thank you. And it sounds like there's a consensus, especially after hearing from Mr. Najo and Mr. Young, that we may want to look at some possible legislation or something we could do to give these folks a little bit more latitude. But I know we have some folks that are prepared to testify today, so let's hear their comments, because there might be some other issues that we're not even aware of. And with that, Ms. Taylor, if I can get you to introduce, I guess, sub-item B
Yes,
on the
Ron.
county assessor's perspective on the veterans organization's exemption and the speakers.
Yes. Our speakers for item 2B, County Assessor's Perspective, is Honorable Christina Nguyen, President-elect, California Assessors Association, and Sacramento County Assessor.
Welcome back.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Vasquez and Vice Chair Lieber, for inviting CAA to participate in this work group meeting. I am Christina Nguyen, Sacramento County Assessor and CAA President-elect. I'm filling in for President Lee, who is not able to be here today. So speaking on behalf of county assessors, of course, it is always our goal to comply with the legal regulations and recommended BOE guidelines. As mentioned by BOE staff, assessors are responsible for confirming that the use of the property meets the requirements. In some cases, a portion of the property may qualify, not the full amount, but a portion, and a determination of that percentage is made. This can be challenging and often requires field inspections and well-trained staff. Determination is therefore made on a case-by-case basis. Speaking for Sacramento County, we have 4 of these properties in Sacramento County, and all 4 are 100% exempt because they are used only for office space and they have no meeting hall or bar space. I was thinking that if there is a concern about uniformity, the assessment survey process could be used to audit these assessments in the future if the board deems, the board staff deems that would be necessary, and I'm sure assessors would be open to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Assessor Nguyen. And based on your testimony, it seems that one challenge of administering this exemption is obtaining the correct information from these veteran organizations about their specific uses. Do you think an improvement, so I'm wondering, do you think the improvement in that claim form would help, I guess?
Well, I think the claim form has been vetted out pretty closely over the years. We spend a lot of time making sure we can collect as much information as possible. The thing is, what happens sometimes is the form is filled out by someone who may not know all of the details, and they may not know how to answer some of the questions. Of course, we're always trying to help them, over the phone if they call in and have questions, but the field inspection is really important to verify. And what happens sometimes is we may not go out and inspect as often. We have a cyclical inspection schedule. We try to go out and take a look. But, it is sort of a combined, we are relying on them to fill the paperwork out correctly. We do trust that they're doing that, but at the same time, sometimes there are questions, things come up, and we have to go out and inspect, especially if you're looking at a percentage. If it's not going to be 100%, if it's not obvious it's 100%, it's really important to go out and inspect and make sure. So that's one thing that sometimes staffing levels may prolong the time between inspections. That can happen. Some counties may not have these properties. Some of the larger counties may have a lot of these properties. So that can vary as far as workload. But it is really important to make sure and, I guess, educate the applicant, if you have the opportunity to, about, what are these questions and how should they be answering?
Thank you. Let me turn to my co-chair, Ms. Lieber, and see if she might have a question for the assessor. When?
No, not yet.
Okay. Yeah. How about any other members? Any questions for the assessor when before we let her go? I think we're all good. Thank you. Ms.
Thank
Taylor,
you.
if you would announce the next speaker we have.
Yes, our next speaker is the Honorable James Rooney, Amador County Assessor.
Hello, everybody.
Welcome.
I was really hoping you wouldn't call on me.
Oh.
Well,
Well, you were so good yesterday. We needed to bring you back for an encore.
Well, thank you. We have one of these properties in our county, and it does have a bar and a social area. And, we have to make some judgments. We're not really, I guess the biggest problem sometimes is making sure the forms are filled out correctly and that they're turned in timely. But yeah, I got to tell you, when a veterans organization or an organization that's doing something for the public doesn't turn in their forms right and there's penalties, I just can't stand it. Because those are the people doing good in the community. But in a small county like ours, we have one. So in a sense, if we had a dozen of them or 16 of them, we'd say, hey, look, we have staff that's going to handle this. We have one person that works on it once a year, and we don't seem to be having trouble with it, and we don't seem to be getting written up for it. So for us, it's not actually going too bad. I'm kind of more interested in hearing how the larger counties or medium-sized counties are dealing with it, just so we can make sure we're dealing with it. And by the way, this is one of the things that the Board of Equalization is very important. Why it's very important. Because if we're not doing it quite correctly, or because we have a staff of 11, and one person does this it's a one-time thing a year, we kind of rely on the state board to be critical of us and say, hey, look, there's something you're not doing particularly right. And again, in a sense, it gets back to staffing like we talked yesterday. Something we didn't mention yesterday was I've heard staffing at the state board has been kind of hard because they're not pulling staff from the county assessors. I'm going to tell you right now, the smaller counties on something like this, when you have a small staff, we rely on the Board of Equalization quite a bit for advice. And somebody like Richard Moon, your legal staff has been very helpful, or even Mr. Young. Anyway, other than that, I don't have much to say.
No, I appreciate your comments. I was wondering if you Well, it sounds like for the most part, since I think you mentioned you only have really one, has that been an issue, the form, or is there something that maybe we can do at our end to help facilitate that?
No, right now, fortunately, the person who's been doing it's been doing it for about a dozen years. So I think we got this figured out. One of my big concerns is retirements. Somebody retires and unless they've documented a few things, they take it with us. Then we call the Board of Equalization. I'm looking at Jack Parath, a guest, at his, and that looks like it's their hall there at the American Legion Hall. Looks similar to like the one we have, and we go into a hall like that. We take a few measurements, we do a few calculations. We say, look, a portion of this is a bar area or a recreation area that doesn't qualify. We make adjustments. We tell the American Legion, and they, I guess they rely on us to be right, and we're pretty conservative in our estimates too. So, but we're getting by okay. For a small county, it does matter. How long has your staff been in that's doing that? And when I say staff, the one person who handles it every year. Gosh, we need to do some, succession training. It's so important in a small county. So, anyway, if you have questions for me about small county stuff, I'll sure tell you, but ours is going relatively smoothly.
Sounds good. I don't know we do have a question here from our Deputy Controller.
Thank you, Assessor. I appreciate you coming on back-to-back days to present before this board. I just had a really quick question. You mentioned that if the form is not filled out correctly, there's going to be some fines and fees levied. But before that happens, does the applicant have a chance to make revisions to the form, or is contacted that, hey, that this portion may be missing or blank and needs to be filled out?
Yeah, we will bend over backwards, contact them by phone or mail or email, and tell them, look, we're having a problem with the way the form's filled out. Please call us or come into the office. We make every attempt. The only really problem comes in is maybe if somebody at the administration of a American Legion maybe didn't turn it in on time, we wouldn't notice any mistakes if it wasn't received on time. And so we just, if we in any way can assist them, we will do it. Yeah, and if there's any way to avoid the penalties and tell them or tell somebody, hey, this needs to be corrected. Also, there's a time, there's a date on this it needs to be turned in by. It generally works out pretty well. So we do our best to assist them in the process.
Thank you. Thank you for taking that due diligence. Thank you, Chairman.
I think we have another question here from Member Gaines.
Yeah, thank you very much, Assessor Rooney. Appreciate it. And, we've been talking about maybe potential legislation that would look at clarifying exemptions for veterans halls. And do you think that would have much of an impact fiscally if that were liberalized with county assessors up and down the state?
Yeah, I pulled up, gosh darn it, I pulled up the assessment of our, of the posts we have here. It's interesting. I'm going to be general, but it's about a $450,000 assessment. We're exempting about half of it, I guess. In a small county like us, when you think about it, let's say it's a $350,000 assessment. That's $3,500 of a tax bill. That's not going to make any difference here. It's just it's for us. It's not a big number. I don't see veterans halls as being that big of a deal money-wise. For one thing, I have everything electronic here. let me just check. I was just looking at something. Let me check something. Yeah, gosh, this thing, goes back to, oh my gosh, the 1990s, that they did some new construction. Come to think of it, I'm gonna find out when the base year value was, the original base year value. It's, I can find it too, right here too. There it is. Let me see, new, this goes back to 1975. Wow. And so, our land value on this thing is $41,000 for a commercial parcel. It seems to me these American Legion posts are very old assessments. Now that you think about it, how often do these things sell or transfer? So I would think that they would have low base year values. You could check with somebody like Christina in Sacramento. They're not very big values. I don't like to comment on revenue issues, because assessors, we try not to care about how much revenue something's bringing in, but rather, what is the value? Do we have it right? Period. And if it's good, big revenue, fine. If it's low revenue, that should not matter to us. But that being said, American Legion posts probably all have very old values on them, because they don't sell or transfer, especially the parent-to-child transfer. So anyway, I hope that helps a little bit.
Yeah, that does. Thank you.
I don't think we have any other questions now. Thank you, Mr. Rooney, on
All right.
joining us again.
Well, thank you, and I hope to see you soon.
We will.
All right.
Ms. Taylor, who's our next speaker?
Our next speaker is the Honorable Jordan Mark, San Diego County Assessor, Recorder Clerk, but I don't know if they are on the Teams environment. Maybe we can see if they're in. All right. Then if not, we'll move on to our next speaker. Our next speaker is Antonio Castro, Principal Appraiser representing the Honorable Jeffrey Prang, Los Angeles County Assessor.
Good afternoon, Chair and board members, Assessors Wynn and Rudy. Thank you for inviting me and allowing me to speak on behalf of Assessor Prang. And just a quick minor correction, that would be Chief Appraiser Antonio Castro, just to get the record straight. Let's see here. Thank you again for allowing me. To my surprise, Los Angeles County, who's still considered a large county, has 0 veterans organizational exemptions. None. Over the past several years, we've had numerous claims filed, mailed in, but most of them did not have the OCCs, the organizational clearance certificates. I don't have the exact reasons why they did not, whether they did not qualify. I could name off 6 quick ones like AMVETS, American Legions, Veterans Organization, Veterans of Foreign Wars, but they did not have their OCCs, so it never went further than that. There was no inspection for usage because we just couldn't go any further, so the claims were denied and they never came back. One organization apparently did apply. We did accept it. But after that year, they failed to file their annual claims. So they didn't follow through year after year. So it died there. They never sent one after 2016, which is a shame because they definitely would have qualified. And so that's what we have in LA County currently. And we do have staffing, ample staffing to handle it, but there's nothing to handle with regards to the veterans organizational exemptions. As far as veterans exemptions, it's my understanding, we have 0 of those as well, but it's my understanding you can't have both the veterans exemption and the homeowners exemption at the same time. You have to pick one or the other. And of course, they're going to pick the larger exemptions. That's 7,000. So that's the main reason why we don't have veterans exemptions in LA County. We have 0 of those. With regards to disabled veterans exemptions, we have over 5,000 of those, so that's not really an issue. Whether that's a low or high number, I don't have an opinion on that at this point. But we do administer over 5,000 disabled veterans, and it's a mix of basic and low income as well. So that's basically the scenario in LA County.
Thank you, Mr. Castro. How does the assessor's office obtain the use of property owned by veterans organizations?
Well, it's when they mail the claims in. That's how we have it in a log. We record it. We have a database. That's where I got all the names and the years. We still have the information. They just never followed through with the OCC, and I don't know whether they actually went back to the Board of Equalization to follow up with that. But apparently, according to my staff, we've been told by some applicants that it takes too long, that it takes months and months to get that certificate. Now, I don't have any support or evidence to that effect, but that's what I've heard from staff who've spoken directly to applicants, that it just takes too long.
So they just opt out, I guess, at that point.
That's a possibility.
Is there any other questions from any of the members? I think, oh, yeah, our deputy controller has one for you.
Thank you, Mr. Castro, for your presentation and for being here before this body. You mentioned for the disabled veterans exemption, there's a mixed bag between basic and low income. Can you explain a little further what that entails?
Well, yes, as I think Director Young had mentioned, as far as the disabled, you have the low income exemption, and then you have the basic, which is the 100% disabled, the 100,000. So I don't have that breakdown currently to give you, but in total, disabled veterans exemptions, there's over 5,000.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Seeing no other questions, I think we're good. Thank you for your time, Mr. Castro.
Great, thank you.
Ms. Taylor, who's our next one?
Our next item is 2C, our Veterans Organization exemption from the veterans' perspective. Our first speaker in this group is Jim Zenner, Director, Los Angeles County Department of Military and Veteran Affairs.
Thank you, Chairman Vasquez and board members, for allowing me to speak to you about this critical issue today. My name is Jim Zenner, and I am the Director of the Los Angeles County Department of Military and Veteran Affairs. In addition to advocating on behalf of our veterans and their families and promoting awareness of their contributions, our mission at the department involves counseling veterans, their dependents, and survivors regarding federal and state benefits such as compensation, pension, education, medical treatment, home loans, burial benefits, and license plate designation. I'm here today to discuss the critical role of our federally chartered Veteran Service Organization posts in LA County. The Veterans Administration has identified an underutilization of VA healthcare and benefits in Los Angeles County and has actively partnered with the county to identify veterans through intentionally collaborative efforts outlined in various data sharing agreements and MOUs with the county. One example of the collaboration was the Veteran Experience Action Center, in which veterans were able to call in and get real-time access to their county veteran service officers, VA healthcare, VA benefits, VA Board of Appeals, and peer support for ongoing linkage and support. In LA County, our strategy relies on partnering with local VSO posts to host family and resource-centered events in which the county brings peer support specialists and accredited service reps, while inviting state and federal partners as well as local community-based organizations to provide information and resources to increase healthcare and benefits enrollment. Government funding is often restricted, and we consistently rely on our local posts for temporary financial assistance for veterans who find themselves in crisis. But those post funds are not unlimited, and VSO leadership has reported that the supplemental funds raised by renting out their respective facilities is essential for having the resources necessary to provide the temporary financial assistance so often needed by our veterans in crisis. Other uses for VSO facilities that we're aware of are educational activities, all types of veterans and their families, including seminars and workshops on issues of vital importance to that community, such as healthcare, VA's medical system and program, state and local government assistance, grief support, federal law and benefits programs, and disabled veterans assistance. patriotic events, including flag raising ceremonies, government and community events for Memorial Day, Veterans Day, Flag Day, Independence Day, Labor Day, Pearl Harbor Day, and Election Day, during which meeting halls regularly serve as polling places. Charitable activities for veterans and veteran-supported organizations in the community, including housing homeless veterans, Operation Comfort Warriors, which is a furniture and grocery program for recovering troops, National and State of California Boys State, Boy Scouts, Boys Baseball, American Legion Riders, Veterans Serving Americans National Emergency Program, American Legion Ambulance Services Program, low cost or even free food for veterans from local restaurants or a kitchen on the property, amateur radio club for veterans and youth, and more. Memorial services activity, including ceremonies for deceased veterans or auxiliary members, group counseling, work groups and services, grief support programs, and financial assistance programs. Also fundraising activities, including charity events, silent auctions, thrift shops, as well as renting part of the property out to nonprofit organizations and for third-party special events like galas, weddings, parties, or film screenings at Hollywood American Legion. The intent here is to maximize VSO ability to raise outside funds in order to support our veterans in crisis. Revoking exemption status reduces our ability to get these veterans in crisis the temporary financial assistance they need, which negatively impacts our ability to keep veterans housed and off the street. Throughout my time with the county, I can recall many instances when we relied on American Legion posts or VFW posts or a Marine Corps League to come to the rescue for a veteran experiencing homelessness due to a financial crisis. And many times the funds they provided not only helped keep the veteran in their home, but also helped keep the veteran alive. I sincerely appreciate the board's time today and the fact that you are looking into this critical issue at the state level. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sinner. Can you explain, I think you kind of touched on it, but how veterans service organizations differ from other service organizations and the specific types of services that VSOs provide to veterans through their activities held on the property?
Yeah, the critical piece is really the fact that they have their membership, and often, county services, VA services doesn't reach all those veterans, and so really being able to partner with those VSOs and bring the resources directly to them through a partnership is really kind of how we're maximizing getting in front of all veterans and their family members. Does that answer your question?
Yes. Let me ask this other one. What about, based on your experience, can you provide specific examples of how veteran organizations use their properties for the benefit of veterans and the frequency of these uses?
Yeah, so there's two types of uses from what I've seen. There's the one where it's supporting the membership directly, so events specifically for the post membership, and then the post renting their facility out for a non-veteran specific purpose or reason. Those funds that are collected from the second piece that would typically be taxed goes to their account, which provides the temporary financial assistance. Often the county and federal government and state government cannot move quick enough to provide funding in emergency situations, and we've relied on those posts and the funds that they've created by renting out their halls for non-veteran specific events.
And now that you mentioned non-veteran uses, how often do you think that happens yearly? Do you know?
No idea on that.
Okay. And then on the flip side, how often is the hall or the facilities used for veterans uses? Like, I know that they must have like patriotic days or something like that for the veterans.
Correct. Yeah, I think every post differs based on post 43 in LA County. They have a parking lot that they rent out. Not every post has a parking lot that they can rent out. Post 43 also has a beautiful theater that was reconstructed a few years back, and so they have that to rent out. I think it depends on each individual post and what their property entails. But as far as like a frequency or a ratio, I do not have that at this time.
Okay, thank you. Let me see if there's any other I think we do have one from our deputy controller.
Thank you, Mr. Zenner, for your presentation and coming back before this body. You mentioned earlier in your presentation there's a hotline for veteran support that's being used to facilitate resources. I don't know if we still have them or not.
Yeah, so I mentioned the Veteran Experience Action Center. So that was a collaboration between the VA, Benefits Administration, Healthcare Administration, the Veteran Experience Office out of DC, as well as CalVet and LA County. And so basically what we did is we worked to get veterans appointments over a 3-day period to where they could get access to every level of VA service, state and county, for ease of service delivery. So we were really targeting traditionally underserved subpopulations of veterans, like homeless, LGBTQ, things like that. But it was a 3-day period process, and there was actually 2 Veteran Experience Action Centers. Both times we served over 300 veterans during that 3-day period. However, LA County does have a ongoing support line, excuse me, that is available for all veterans and their family members 7 days a week from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. It's the VPN support line. VPN stands for Veteran Peer Access Network, and that number is 1-800-854-7771. Press 3, and you'll get a veteran or a family member.
Thank you.
Also, one last question for me, and then I'll check with other members. But how often does how often does your organization use the property to host fundraising activities?
LA County does not engage in fundraising. My department does not engage in fundraising activities with any of the folks.
Okay. I think there's no other question. I think we're good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
With that, Ms. Taylor, who's our next speaker?
Yes, our next speaker is Dana Nickel, Reeb Government Relations, LLC, Legislative Advocates for California Veterans Service Organizations.
Welcome.
Yes, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair Vasquez, board members, and BOE staff. Thank you for giving California's veterans organizations the opportunity to participate in this working group. Our firm represents the American Legion, AMVETS, California Association of County Veteran Service Officers, the California State Commanders Veterans Council, the Military Officers Association of America, and the Vietnam Veterans of America. The Legion, AMVETS, MOA, and VVA are 501c19 tax-exempt organizations. These organizations benefit veterans of the United States Armed Forces. The Jewish American War Veterans, one of the members of our client, the California State Commanders Veterans Council, is one of the oldest veterans groups in the country. It was founded in 1896 by Jewish veterans of the Civil War. The Spanish-American War, World Wars I and II, Korea, Vietnam, Desert Storm, Iraq, and Afghanistan have seen the expansion of existing veterans groups, as well as some conflict-specific organizations. The purpose of these groups was to first and foremost aid former service members in transitioning back to civilian society. Those who went to war in the 20th century were basically cut off from their homes and families for months or years. Upon return to the U.S., many of these service members felt isolated. Those who were not still had to reestablish their place in society. Many veterans were entering college for the first time in their late 20s or 30s. Some had no civilian job skills and were competing for entry-level jobs with 17 and 18-year-olds. Also, all of these wars brought about huge changes in society, culture, and technology. The country they returned to may have been radically different from when they left it. Also, many of the psychological wounds of war further complicated their reintegration into the peacetime civilian world. These veterans made those sacrifices for us so we could all enjoy our freedoms and opportunities. Veteran service organizations provide peer-to-peer network for assisting veterans. They allow veterans to speak in the public arena with a common voice and to advocate for policies that will benefit them and their families. These organizations don't just speak for veterans of past wars, they speak on behalf of the young men and women currently serving. They do this because they know what it was like to be there and the stresses faced by returning home and discharging into the civilian world. Veteran service organizations help veterans understand the importance of strong communities, and many of them engage in civic endeavors. The Legion's Boys and Girls State Civic Program, the VFW's Voice of Democracy Scholarship Program, AMVET's Thrift Stores and Suicide Prevention Campaign, Veteran Stand Downs for Homeless Vets, baseball leagues for youth, and scores of other programs to help the community and veterans. I had spoken with representatives of other American Legion posts in the last week and gathered information from them regarding the viability of their posts, taxation, and the services they provide. Legion Post 108 in Amador was one of these. Post 108 in Amador reports they struggle to pay their annual property taxes. High monthly water, trash, PG&E, and other monthly bills present challenges to keeping this over 100-year-old post in operation. So when they've been there for 100 years. Post 108 reports supporting active duty military veterans and their families in the local community. They offer suicide prevention awareness, stand downs for homeless vets, community events for children, and support a veteran service officer. Post 108 also provides a funeral honor guard that includes rifle volley, flag folding, and flag presentation to survivors of deceased veterans. This is all done free of charge. Legion Post 131 in Santa Ana is a small post that also faces challenges related to the cost of staying open and taxation. Their income in 2022 was about $44,000. Taxation accounted for $8,000, insurance $5,000, utilities and security $12,000, phone and internet $1,000, business licensing $500, property upkeep and improvements were $3,000. That leaves about $15,000 left over, which includes janitorial and other incidental costs. Their property tax bill was $5,481 for the building only. Their 15-stall parking lot was taxed $919. The governor's COVID orders did waive the taxes levied against the post canteen. That's what they call the bars. However, these fees are being reinstated, and that will be about $680. Now, I realize that the canteens are not what part of this conversation, but these still are cost pressures on the posts. COVID relief did help because vet posts were hit pretty hard during the pandemic. Post 131 hosts some Red Cross functions for free. Some of their funding comes from a few other nonprofits that have stepped up with some relief funding. If the post had more available funding, they would be able to reintroduce Legion Ball, bring more vets in for counseling. Currently, they can only help the vets who walking off the street looking for help. They can increase assistance with housing programs and increase assistance with processing of VA claims. Increasing these activities will also attract new members. Legion District 26, which encompasses the Bay Area, the Legion posts in San Mateo, Redwood City, Pacifica, San Bruno, and East Palo Alto had reported to us in 2015 that they were not being extended the full exemptions in San Mateo County. Legion Post 15 in Stockton, then Senator Galgiani's office contacted us and reported that the Legion Post there was facing a large assessment and were close to closing. The post is still in operation, however, and I'm not sure what their present status is. The California Settlers Association was in support of SB 2 in 2015, the bill that sought to bring property tax relief to vet posts in 2015. When we run these bills, we were the sponsors of pretty much all the legislation that sought to bring some relief on property taxation for vet halls. And in those analyses was always the slippery slope argument brought up by the legislature. And that was when veterans organizations, their concern was that other nonprofits such as the Elks and the Rotary would clamor for similar consideration on their property taxes. While the work on these fraternal service organizations is commendable, and many veterans also belong to them, the purpose of veteran service organizations serve a unique mission and purpose. According to the Office of the Inspector General of the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs, the VA recognizes vet service orgs for the purpose of assisting claimants for VA benefits in the preparation, presentation, and prosecution of VA claims. VA has implemented this authority in Section 14628 of Title 38 of the CFR, which prescribes the application requirements for national, state, and local organizations. While vet service orgs do all of the good works in their communities and for the local veterans, one of the primary goals is to assist the veterans in their area apply for and obtain their federal veterans benefits. Unlike Social Security, which can be applied for with a 3x5 card, every veteran's military service is unique to the individual. The rules governing veterans benefits are complicated and voluminous, comprising a few phone books worth of CFRs. Vet service orgs and county veteran service officers are the local interface for veterans wishing to connect to their VA benefits. VA benefits can often be very generous and life-changing for the vet. These benefits can also shift vets from overly impacted state and local programs to the appropriate VA or Department of Defense program. In FY 21-22, California's veterans qualified for over $500 million in VA benefits, which are for the most part paid to veterans as a monthly cash benefit paid directly to the vet from the VA. These payments usually last for the lifetime of the vet and in some cases extend to the surviving spouse. Each year, more vets are qualified for another $500 million, which they will receive for the rest of their lives. These new federal monies pump up the local economies and tax base and add to the state's economic engine. A VA benefit story from Los Angeles. A Vietnam veteran attempted to file for Agent Orange exposure benefits on his own in 2002. He was denied. The veteran died in 2013 from type 2 diabetes and hepatitis C as a result of Agent Orange exposure. In 2014, the widow attempted to file for the benefits again, but was only able to obtain a $2,000 burial benefit. In 2017, she visited a veteran service officer for assistance. They fought the VA on this case for the next 4 years. She was subsequently received a check for $966 and another check for $335,000. She is also receiving a monthly check from the VA for the rest of her life. Had her husband visited a CVSO or a Veterans Post service officer for one of the vet service organizations, he may have received those funds much earlier and possibly received medical attention which could have extended his life. The nation and state have granted special considerations to veteran service organizations because of the unique and hazardous nature of military service. I believe that's all my remarks. I think a lot of these questions, some of the questions you had earlier for the assessors and so forth, or for Jim Zenner, could actually be answered by the gentleman that will be following me, because they're the boots on the ground that represent these veterans posts and face the day-to-day difficulties. Thank you.
Thank you. That was some good information. Some of it was kind of depressing, but thank you for the information. We do have some questions. Let me start with my co-chair, Ms. Lieber.
Thank you. I really appreciate your testimony here today, and it was so full of a variety of issues that I think that each of us would welcome it if you had the time to submit some written testimony for us. I've taken some notes, but it was, nothing like the full volume of facts that you had, so I would really appreciate receiving that.
You bet, of course. I'll get that to the board.
Thank you so much.
Member Gaines, I think, has another question or comment.
Yeah, thank you for just clarifying also the role that is played by the American Legion posts and highlighting that one in Amador, and also the stories in terms of how you can get those benefits for veterans and how much more efficient that is. And I thank you for shining light on it. I didn't realize that you played that sort of role. I guess as an elected official, I'm often going there for event-related things, retiring general or something of that sort, even a pancake breakfast. But yeah, they are integral to our community, and we're excited about working here at the BOE to see if we can provide some relief. You did mention SB 2. Was that Senator Joel Anderson that carried that?
Yes, it was, Senator.
And that was in 2015?
Yeah.
Okay.
That was our last attempt, I believe.
Okay.
And and I heard earlier that one of the gentlemen on here said that billions would be lost if we liberalized the interpretation of the the exemption. However, in 2015, on the SB2 analysis, the BOE said they would lose about $500,000 if the bill would have passed.
Thank you for the info. That's very, yeah, that's nice to have that clarified. And I know that that earlier conversation, we were talking about total benefits, but it's nice to have kind of the rifle shot number for what we're talking about potentially in terms of how you may want to proceed. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think there's no other questions, right? I think we're good. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Certainly. No, I'm not going to ask for a break, but if you are, we'll take it.
Just a quick 5-minute break, then we'll go back to our next speaker.
All right, thank you.
All righty. Taylor, if you'd please announce our next speaker.
Yes, our next speaker is Roger Meyer, Adjutant Quartermaster, Veterans of Foreign Wars, Department of California, Executive Director of the California VFW.
Is
Should
he on
be
the
on
line?
Teams,
He should be on Teams.
Give him a second.
I am on Teams. Chairman Vasquez, Board, thank you for this opportunity to address you. My name's Roger Meyer. I'm the State Adjutant Quartermaster for the Veterans of Foreign Wars Department of California. I will apologize beforehand for any redundancy that I'm about to give you, as most of us are going to tout most of the same good work that our veteran service organizations do. 20 years ago, we had over 400 VFW posts in the state. We currently are down to 260. Not all of these posts have property, have a hall. Some of them meet in county memorial buildings. So again, reiterating, I don't believe less than 260 posts would cause billions of dollars in lost revenue concerning this subject. Our posts have seen increases in insurance, utilities, in services that have made it difficult for our posts to keep their doors open. Many of our posts are old and in need of repairs. They don't have the reserves to afford to make some of these expensive repairs to their buildings. An example is a couple weeks ago, Post 8900 in Fresno had a roof collapse in the middle, and now they are facing a $50,000 bill to remove that debris from the area. Our VFW posts play a crucial role in our communities. Last year, California Post contributed over $7 million in community service within the state. That includes almost $1.7 million in monetary donations alone. The VFW also has school scholarship programs known as Voice of Democracy and the Patriots Pin. Last year, California Posts awarded approximately $123,000 in school scholarships, student scholarships. This does not include the work that they do with the Scouts, both Boy and Girl Scouts, with the JROTC and our high school programs, Civil Air Patrol, and other youth organizations. We have posts that have VFW honor guards that provide funeral services for our departed veterans. They participate in local parades, rodeos, and other events within our community. The VFW has opened our post doors and collaborated with other organizations like the Flying Doctors in Humana to hold veteran health clinics within our post halls. They allow other nonprofits to use their facilities free of charge. More importantly, we also have some posts that have started opening their doors monthly to do benefit clinics for our veterans, especially with the passage of the PACT Act and the number of veterans who are filing VA claims. And this allows the veterans to go in and find out what benefits the VA that they may qualify for. Our posts provide a safe place for our combat veterans to gather. There's been talk about the canteen, AKA the bar. This is mostly where those veterans congregate and they talk with other veterans about issues they're experiencing that a normal person will not understand. And this is kind of like their therapy in order to be able to talk to them. How does our VFW post do all this? Well, some of them have canteens. Some of them have pancake breakfasts. They have meals where they raise money, and they engage in hall rentals, which can include non-veteran groups renting their home. These funds provide for the scholarships. They provide for our unmet needs programs that you heard earlier about, where veterans who have an unexpected expense can come, and we'll have VFW posts that will collaborate together and help pay for a car repair, help pay for rent if somebody has fallen behind. We also have disaster relief. The California wildfires, the Maui wildfires, our posts have all contributed to those great causes. And then we have the basic cost of operation just to keep our post open so we can continue to do the work that we're doing. Looking at it, if there's a way somewhere along the line that we can get legislation passed, the broadness about whether or not things are done for a social purpose versus the business side, that money that would come back to the post obviously would be reinvested in the community by looking at all that we currently do. So with that, I appreciate the time to address you, and we'll answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Mr. Meyer. Can you elaborate on the importance of veterans organizations' exemption to VSOs, especially in light of the financial challenges VSOs face today?
Well, as you heard from Mr. Nickel, our posts are, the insurance costs continue to go up. The utilities continue to go up. So as they have these additional costs, then you put on top of it, you have, $5,000, $6,000, $9,000 in property taxes. For a post, that means a lot of money that they have to come up with. And that is money then that is being taken away from their ability to do other good deeds with.
And I asked Mr. Zinner, and I was wondering if you, or if your group specifically does use the veterans organizations to do some, on their properties, some benefits or fundraisers.
Well, so for instance, I talked about the dinners. You may have a breakfast, you may have a dinner. We consider those as a fundraiser because usually they make a little bit of money and they put that a lot of times into their relief fund. So we do have posts that have fundraisers. We have a motorcycle club in the state of California. They use one post. They do a poker night where they raise funds that they use that money to help needy veterans with.
You mentioned they're down to what, like 200 posts statewide?
We're down currently to approximately 260 posts for the veterans of foreign wars.
Of foreign wars, okay. Now, those are different than some of the other veteran posts, no?
It is, and it is not.
Oh.
So some of our posts are co-located. You could have an American Legion, a Marine Corps League, and a VFW that all meet in the same building.
That
So
was my
some
next
of them
question.
Are
yeah.
separated. Go ahead, sir. Sorry.
No, that was actually my next question because I thought I heard one of the earlier speakers saying that there wasn't a post in LA County, but I thought I'd been to an American Legion post in Culver City.
We do have VFW posts in LA County. They probably have never filed for the exemption because they don't feel that they qualified. I have posts in Lomita, Compton, Inglewood. I'm trying to think how far it goes up because we have Canoga Park, and I think Canoga Park may be in LA County.
It is.
San Fernando. We have quite a few posts down in that area. It's just that none of them have applied for any exemptions, and I think because most of them feel that either they don't know how to do it or they feel that they don't qualify based on the criteria set out concerning the social piece that's disqualifying them.
Well, it's interesting. What, if any, recruitment or outreach are you doing to try to get to these folks that are not, for whatever reasons, not applying?
I currently do not. I don't know each of the individual county, the assessors. I do actually, I want to give credit to Assessor Wynn's folks here in Sacramento County, because as the state headquarters, we do apply for the exemption and it is granted to us. And her office has been really good to work with since I've come into this position. The other ones, I've talked to several of them where they said that they don't qualify for an exemption, but I do not have individual outreach to these posts as far as for them to try to get the OCC certificate and then go forward from there.
Do you happen to know what disqualifies them, the ones you've talked to?
Well, what most of them talk about is the fact that the social activities piece. You know, the posts they use to have their monthly business meetings, where they determine how they're going to spend their money, the business of the post. And then after that, you're going to have your breakfast, lunch, dinners, which probably are not going to be, will be considered a social event. Any of their hall rentals will be considered a social event. So, you know, they're looking at it. What they do does not qualify within the terms of the regulations or the law.
Thank you. I think we have a question here from my Deputy Controller.
Thank you, sir, for your presentation and for all the work you're doing in the veterans community. My first question was, you mentioned there's 260 posts now statewide. Do you have a number in mind when it was at its peak?
I do not have that. From what I understand, and this is way pre Roger being here, it's back when I was working for the state of California. Their peak was right, I think, just a little more than 400 posts.
400 posts. Thank you. And then my last question is just if there is some legislation passed on clearing whether or not there's social or business purposes at a veterans hall, what that impact would have for you and your organization just statewide in terms of recruitment, increasing membership, and getting some of those posts back?
I don't know how much that would actually impact recruiting, but what it would do is it would allow additional money that the post could use for community service, which would have an after effect. You know, when you're out in the community and people see you and you're doing good work, it draws people into your organization. So that money, you know, as we would reinvest in our communities with our programs, you may see a side effect of increased membership just because of your presence being seen in the community.
Understood. Well said. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands, I think we're good. Thank you for your presentation and your time.
Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate it.
Ms. Taylor, who's our next?
Yes, your next speaker is Jack Porath, American Legion Post 282 Commander, La Mesa, California.
Welcome.
Chairman Vasquez, board members, thank you so very much. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you loud and clear. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to give you a little bit of perspective. First, I'd like to give you a little bit of my background. Retired Air Force. I was a VFW commander in 4 posts from 2006 to 2022, a total of 16 years. And at that same time, I was a 6-year American Legion commander over in La Mesa. What I'd like to do today is give you a perspective of really what all the posts are going through in both of my experience, what I've heard and whatever. I've heard testimony about the bar and the canteen area. Please consider that the bar area, we also pay sales taxes. We also, within the bar, have counseled people. Some people will come in especially the combat veterans. They have nobody else to talk to. They frankly will not talk until they have a couple of drinks to kind of loosen them up. And at that time, oftentimes we find that they are eligible for certain benefits, and we could then contact our chaplain or our post VSO, veteran service officer, and then they get with VA to see what they can really do to help that veteran. We recently, in our post, we flew a veteran from California to North Carolina and back again so he can go to court. And we also housed him before he went to North Carolina and when he came back. And we also post the insurance. Mr. Meyer talked about the insurance steadily increasing, especially as some of the insurers leave the state of California. The insurance companies look at veterans' halls as a good opportunity to raise their rates. We have facility upkeep. We have utilities. We have janitorial. Now, please keep in mind that in a veterans club, we're all volunteers. We don't have any paid people. Bartenders, some posts do pay the bartender. What we try to do is keep all the rates as low as we possibly can. Any of the profit goes to all the various programs that we have, whether they be legislated, mandated by VFW, American Legion, American Veterans, or whatever that organization really is. Within the dining hall or the meeting hall, a lot of our meetings, we actually have presenters that come in and talk about death benefits, the PACT Act, all these various things that happen in the community. So a meeting is not only to talk about what the post is going to do, how the post is going to spend the money, what programs we're going to support within whatever funds we have, that, it's just, then we have meals, we have low-cost meals. We feed any of the homeless that come in, we'll feed them at free of charge. The veterans, some of the families, they're literally destitute. They have no money, and they come in and we provide meals to them. Our meals run between $7 and $10 for a full meal. I can't even go to McDonald's for $7 or $10. So, this is what a local post does. Our facility upkeep. We have an old building at the post that I was at, 282, I'm now at another post. It was so bad. We had cockroaches running on the floor in the restrooms. We couldn't rent the hall. People wouldn't come in. It was terrible. We had somebody that passed on, gave us a large donation. We ended up in the facility, $160,000 to bring it back up to code. It's an old facility built in 1923, sorry. The post that I'm currently at, our facility upkeep is just tremendous. We have old buildings. We cannot afford to go out and buy a new building. Cannot afford to sell what we have and then go out and buy. Inflation itself is just out of reach. Our volunteers that we have in the post, we've lost a lot of them. A lot of people, they're working 2 jobs. They don't have the time or the energy to come in and spend their time in the VFW. We have janitorial that we're now paying for that used to be provided by a family. They moved out of state. One before that, he got so old that he just couldn't do it anymore, and we had to pay for now janitorial. We collect clothing for the homeless. We collect used flags from the community to dispose of them per the ritual for retiring flags. And we do give donations to in need. In the last month, we have been successful in our post alone to house 2 homeless veterans. I think that really speaks for itself. It really does. 2 may not be very many, but that's 2 less than are a burden to the community, to the state. Our hall is also used for funerals, remembrance ceremonies, We have the programs, all the programs that we have for, and let me talk about the baseball program for the American Legion. When I was American Legion commander, the state of California, or the American Legion California, they wanted to get the baseball program going. The burden to us was $800. That is a lot of money to put out for one program. Facility upkeep is just killing us. And with all of the things that I can give you a lot of stories that happen within 282 because of conflicting entities, governmental activities within the state of California that actually shut our wheelchair lift down for 15 months, where I could have had 2 homeless or 2 veterans come down, both missing legs. We couldn't get them into the canteen because it was shut down by a governmental entity. We finally persuaded them, that's a good word, finally persuaded them to open it after 15 months at an additional cost to us of right around $10,000. Needless expenditure of money. If it weren't for the donations, people coming in and donating, a lot of the posts would not exist. And I can tell you for a fact, of the 4 posts that I was a commander at, if it weren't for the donations, we would close the doors. One of the first posts that I was a commander at, mainly World War II veterans, our last meeting, 2 people showed up, and we then had to surrender our charter and combine in with another post. It wasn't necessarily money on that one. It was really the expiring membership. We have in our post, we have donations for fire, or we have programs to award the fire, EMT, teachers. American Legion's got BOE State. We have scholarships, VFW, the Patriot Pen, Voice of Democracy, that we award money to. And those children not only gives them the opportunity to get money, but also gives them the opportunity to learn how to write, which I can tell you from my grandkids, from their texting, they need to sit down and write. And these programs teach the children to do that. And it also gives them a foundation. We have scouting. We have scouts that come into our post to help for the events. We are trying to raise good Americans. That's what the VFW, that's what the American Legion, that's what AMVETS, all these veterans organizations do. I was able to help Senator Anderson a little bit on SB2, and the foundation that he had on that document was well-founded. And I encourage you to take a look at that and pass it. I would make one change to that, however. I would also exclude the bar area. The bar area is not just the drinking. It is the venue to get people into the post, a lot of them. And it's a way for the canteens to make money. I agree it may not be politically, I can't think of the term, might not be politically correct, but I think it's probably the right thing to do. We have, in the post that I'm at now, we were able to purchase the entire property. We do have rentals. By the time the rentals, all the federal taxes that we pay on that and the state tax or whatever, we don't have hardly anything left. And our property tax alone is $20,000. $20,000. And I am applying for an occupation of the OCC. I submitted that letter on 22 July, and I've gotten a reply back from them today. And they're asking for a little bit more documentation, but I'm well aware of the process to get the OCC, and I've trained some other posts in how to get it. And I've used it at La Mesa and it was successful. But it did not clear all of the areas that need to be cleared. Yet I talked to posts in other counties and they seem to get the deferral. but we don't here in San Diego. And I'm not blaming anybody in San Diego. I blame really on that is a lack of guidance from above. And I would strongly encourage you, please, to take the action to help the veterans halls. We are struggling. I know 2 that are getting ready. 1 that did close. I know 2 more that's getting ready that they may be submitting because of financial. It's tough. And we're also losing members moving out of state. That's really all I have to give to you, but any questions that you might have, please.
Thank you, and thank you for your service. I know you mentioned this is mostly, well, it's pretty much driven by all volunteers. And I was just curious, as you mentioned, are you able to elaborate a little bit on your guidance on the veteran organizations in terms of their exemptions? Or do you work with many of those folks?
I get phone calls from them. Yeah, a lot of people know what I do, and I help them out how to apply for the OCC. The guidance is pretty clear. It's the documentation that is required. One of the issues that I'm having right now is the articles of incorporation. I've recently redone those and submitted those. They're up for reviewed right now at our department level. And I think once those are approved, it will clarify the areas that the BOE wants in order to issue the OCC, that and one other document. It's pretty well clear. What I don't understand, however, in when applying for that, is why you want 3 years of financial data. A lot of posts, I think that may be where they're hung up, or they just don't have the data or whatever, and you might want to visit that. I know yearly for the San Diego, the county assessor, they also want 1 year of the financial document. Why they want that when we're a viable veterans organization, I don't know. But that's just something you might want to consider.
We will definitely take a look at that. You mentioned in your opening remarks too, or in your remarks, that you're still running, I think you said you're running still an American Legion program for the baseball. As a baseball jock, how's that going?
It's going well. I'm no longer associated with that post. I'm now down another VFW post. They needed help, and I came down to help them. I'm doing their financial now. I'm their chief financial officer, quartermaster in terms of the VFW. We have a VFW, we have an auxiliary, and we're striving to get that facility and going or whatever. But the baseball is going very well. And the couple of the coaches that I've talked to really does bring a lot of attention to the kids. A lot of times, this is the first time that they've actually really been, an organized event such as what they do. It's a very well-run program.
Thank you. I think I have a question here from my co-chair, Ms. Lieber.
Well, just some comments. I really want to thank you for your testimony and commend you for all that you're doing and all of your volunteers are doing.
Thank you.
This has been tremendously valuable in telling us how the puzzle pieces fit together or don't. And while we have a certain charge here on the BOE, each of the board members are connected to and can communicate with other layers of government in terms of the state legislature and et cetera. So this has been just tremendously valuable in hearing the details that you have from your knowledge of the practice. So thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. And I would like to add, one of the areas or one thing that we talk about, or that you all talked about, somebody did, is the hall usage itself for meetings or whatever is not exempt. In that same area, we have our meals. In the kitchen itself, I know a VFW post that they actually prepare meals for homeless, and they send meals out from the post. at cost. I think the meal is $4 or $5 that they charge the homebound people for delivery of that meal, and you have volunteers going ahead and doing that. We have 2 people out of our post that actually go downtown, give water, food, and all that to the homeless, whether they're veterans or not. You see a lot of activity from the VFW, American Legion. You see a lot of activity from these posts that just really nobody even cares about or even considers. A lot of the veterans, especially the combat veterans, they're really truly in need. They cannot assimilate well with civilian society. They have experiences that only they can really discuss, and only a former military member, oftentimes, that's the only people that they'll really talk to, including their psychiatrist. And I can tell you from my counseling, some people, they have told me stuff that they swore that they would never tell anybody else. And their experiences are just horrific, some of them. And they need a place. And the canteen, the membership, the other members, the family, we're all one big family. Doesn't matter what service or whatever.
Well, I really thank you so much for that perspective. And I just talked to someone the other day who's a retired RN who is disabled, and her husband is partially disabled. And where they live, they made an attempt to avail themselves of Meals on Wheels. And there's a 6-month waiting list in their area to get those meals. And so, an organization that is nimble, such as yours, and can fill in around the gaps, I think is just tremendously valuable. And I just read the other day in an article about the real increase in suicide in America. And I think it's frankly because of the isolation of many Americans, and in particular, individuals who are just everyday people and don't necessarily have the money to go out to some place and interface socially, or don't feel like they have a particular faith community that they fit into. I think the veterans organizations are tremendously valuable in that respect. So I really appreciate so much your testimony and all the work that you and your volunteers are doing. And it really is, the volunteer commitments are really a commitment and a mission that person needs to have, because we're all getting a little bit older, and there are, as you said, so many people who need to work 2 to 3 jobs to keep going, and it's a real commitment when someone signs up to come and do those food duties and other kinds of things. So this has been a real learning experience for us, and I thank you so much for that.
Thank you. And if the governmental activities or entities allow things to continue the way they are, I think you're going to see more VFW, American Legion posts close their doors. They just can't make it. It's tough. It really is. It's a tough environment. And when that post leaves the community, it's the community that's going to feel it, not the people that are elected to office or whatever. And I'm not demeaning any of you, believe me, but I was elected too. But it really will be felt for the community and for the families. We do a lot. We do a lot more than what's ever publicized.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have a couple more questions. Member Gaines, and then my deputy controller has a question also.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. It provided so much clarity in terms of all the services that you're providing. I can't believe the nature of you and your voluntary efforts. It sounds like you go from one post to the next. You're the trooper that's putting the fire out. So thank you for what you do. I'm looking forward to this process, and I am hopeful that we will be able to provide some sort of relief. And so I want to thank my colleagues for elevating this and making it an issue where we might be able to work with folks in the legislature and see if something can be done. I did have a question for you. You mentioned the PAC Act. Can you clarify that for me?
Yeah, that was President Biden recently signed that it was last year, I believe. And that has opened the doors for people that were stationed in Thailand.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of us, I was one of the ones stationed in Thailand, exposed to Agent Orange, could not apply for any benefits because the United States did not recognize Thailand as being in the Vietnam conflict. However, we were, and we also supported the excursions in Laos, Cambodia. That was classified at the time. It's now been declassified. But that opened up the door for the Agent Orange for that, the burn pits in Iraq and Afghanistan. Mm-hmm. There were some other things included in that PACT Act, but that basically it just opened the door up and finally granted the disability option to people apply for that were exposed to all that.
Great. Well, thank you so much for clarifying that. Through these hearings, we've been hearing a lot about potential benefits for Agent Orange and also this issue with the burn pits. But thank you for clarifying that it's the PAC Act. Very much appreciated, and hopefully we'll get the proper benefits to our vets.
And I might say that in the bar, a lot of people come in and ask about that, and a lot of people got the answers to that veteran, and we've been able to get them to apply for the benefits.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
My Deputy Controller, I think, has a question for you.
Thank you, Commander. I want to first thank you for your service to this great nation and for all the work you're doing in the community. And also, too, it's a beautiful background, beautiful home you're in. Well-deserved retirement. I hope you're enjoying it to the fullest. You make an interesting argument about the bar area being a place not only for a social purpose, but a way of therapy, a way of connecting, a way of getting veterans to speak out about the issues they're facing and connecting them to the services that they rightfully deserve and need. And then also, too, I'm just really happy to hear that you've taken steps to apply for an OCC here at the Board of Equalization. Our executive director has done a great job of trying to process those as fast as they can. And I'm really, really happy to hear that. And then also, too, you mentioned in the very, very beginning of your presentation about the insurance increases that your post is seeing. And is that something that's doubling, tripling over the years?
It's gone up, yes. It's gone up tremendously. In our post right now, I think it was Farmers, a State Farm, that said that they're no longer going to cover veterans organizations. And their restrictions are more and more. We had to go to a VFW and friendly insurance company called Lockton, Lockton Affinity. And by getting the insurance through them, it costs more. Nothing ever gets cheap, not in California. It's just getting more and more expensive. And that money that we're putting out is it's a lot of money.
On top of the property, on top of the hefty property tax bill you're facing annually too, I understand, sir. Thank you for your presentation, and hopefully this board is going to continue to work to help out our veteran communities. Thank you.
I hope so. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your service, and hopefully we'll be able to provide some relief here down the road.
Thank you. I'm going to have to leave you all, but thank you so very, very much for allowing me to testify in this important issue.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Ms. Taylor, who's our next one?
Yes, this will be our final speaker on this topic. Smokey Rickard, the Executive Director of the Department of California AMVETS. I believe he is on Teams. Okay. No, I believe he is
John
not
Jack
online at this time.
It looks like Porath. American Legion Post 282.
All right. Well, if you'd like, we could we can move on to our next topic, and if he comes back on Teams, we can alert you.
Sure.
All right. The next topic is number 3, current outreach and education issues from assessors and BOE perspective to enhance communication and fully inform veterans, disabled veterans, and homeowners of current exemptions and deadlines. The first 3A, disabled veterans exemptions and exemptions available for homeless veterans. And our speakers today would be Honorable Christina Nguyen, Peter Kim, Communications Director, Board of Equalization, and Antonio Castro, Chief Appraiser, Los Angeles County Assessor's Office.
Hi, thank you for
Welcome
having me
back.
back. Thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to allow CAA to comment on this portion of the meeting. I think I can speak for all assessors when I say that outreach is definitely a challenge, and efforts are ongoing all the time. This topic addresses several of the exemptions, and so when I'm speaking, I'm really referring to both the disabled veterans and the homeowners. I think you should know that one of the most direct ways assessors communicate with the property owner about these exemptions is through direct mail. Information provided by the property owner on the preliminary change in ownership report, also known as the PCOR for short, that is filed at the time the deed is recorded, notifies the assessor that the property owner may qualify for a benefit. There are several, like a whole front page of checklists, check boxes off of questions that are there. And basically that's to inform us that someone may qualify for a benefit. So based on that, exemption information and applications are sent directly to the property owner, and that is key timing so that they can apply right away. So owners are receiving this information. Now, what about just in general outreach? Really, for us, mostly this has been geared towards disabled veterans. And in 2019, and now I'm speaking for Sacramento County, right before the pandemic, we noticed that San Diego County, so some props to San Diego here, they had a great outreach program for disabled veterans, and they kindly agreed to let us use their program as a model for our own. And we began our own Million More Thanks program. And the idea behind this was to increase awareness of the disabled veterans exemption and therefore increase the number of exemptions granted. So our goal was to achieve an additional $1 million in tax dollars saved. So that's not assessed value exempted, that's tax savings. So that's much more than 1 million exempted, obviously. It took us about 2 years to reach that goal, but we did do it. And this program includes outreach directly to the County Veteran Service Office, excuse me, Cal Vet offices. Presentations were made by PowerPoint to several of these offices. They agreed to help get this information out to the veterans that they worked with. We also upgraded our website and created special phone numbers and email addresses so that we could give direct access to anybody who wanted to call and talk to staff about this exemption. We send media notifications. We time it around Veterans and Memorial Day because that's when this is on people's minds and gets their attention, because really it's hard to get attention on some of these matters. A lot of people don't want to think about property taxes. It's not that fun to think about. So we have to be creative. We increased our staffing to address this because when you increase communications and you're expecting more filings, you're going to have more people available to answer questions, answer the phone, and take care of the filings. And we continue this effort on to today. I mean, it really never ends. Every time I speak to the public, I do about 2 public speaking engagements a month, I bring up this exemption. But really, I think one of the things that is important to remember about this exemption, it's based on their percent rating. And we know that ratings change. And so we really have to remember to educate people to come back and apply when their rating reaches 100%. A lot of people want to get this benefit. They're not 100% disabled. And I know there's efforts out there to change that, and I applaud that and support it. But right now, that's not how the rules are. So for those that are granted the 100% disability, they can come back and apply. And so it's really important and almost an unknown aspect, because I think a lot of disabled veterans believe that, well, I didn't qualify, I'll never qualify. But that's not the case. And we were told that veteran service offices can help disabled veterans apply to be re-rated. And so it's really important that they reach out and get help. And if they call assessor's offices, a lot of times those offices have contacts with the county for their veteran service office, and then they can put people in touch with the veteran service office. So that's what we do, and it's never ending, and we're glad to do it too. That's it.
Thank you, Assessor Nguyen, for your input. And I guess in your county, do you receive any questions from local veteran groups or veterans in general about current property tax exemption for the disabled veterans?
Well, the staff will entertain those questions. They do know, because we have reached out to them. They know who to contact when questions pop up. They will reach out to us. They have our contacts. So and I'm sure we get them. I don't work directly with that group on a daily basis, but they're all trained to respond directly to those questions. I do get some questions when I'm giving presentations, though, from veterans. So there are a lot of people who don't know about this.
Okay. Well, let me see if there's other questions from any of the other members. I think we're good. Thank you for your input, though.
Thank you.
Who's next, Ms. Taylor?
Perhaps Mr. Castro might like to comment on this topic?
Sure. Is he still with us?
He is.
Yes, I am. Thank you very much. I was just slow to the button there.
No, welcome back.
Yes, thank you very much. As far as community outreach and programs, Assessor Prang is big on meeting the public. We have homeowners resource fairs, assessors resource fairs with various topics, including disabled veterans exemptions, homeowners exemptions, Prop 19 parent-to-child transfers, ADUs, what happens when a property owner dies, and so forth. And we always try to have a full staff to answer all the questions, whether it be exemptions or related to the veterans organization, individual veterans, or disabled veterans. We have a major presence in social media through Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, LinkedIn, and YouTube videos as well. We've had resources for the past couple of years in cities such as Hacienda Heights, Huntington Park, Temple City, Arcadia, Long Beach, and Inglewood. Many of these are handled through our public information officer, Stephen Whitmore, as well as the public affairs team. We have Q&A group sessions, Q&A one-on-ones, individuals, PowerPoint presentations. They're always free and open to the general public. And I spoke with the PIO, and we are open to collaboration or discussions with representatives of veterans organizations. But after hearing today's presentations, they seem quite informed, knowledgeable, and aware of many of these hurdles. And as one gentleman stated, 3-year financial data, it's something maybe they don't want to give up or can't have access to it. So it seems like they already know some of these hurdles. But to say that we've denied these people, we just never gotten that far to research and check to see whether they qualify other than the OCC. So once they get past the OCC, we can go out and visit and check the exempt usage. We can make judgment calls. We can make sure that it's not incidental. We'll bend over backwards to see what we can do, but we can't get anywhere until they get past that OCC. And I think that's where the hurdle is at this point. That's all I have for now. If anybody has any questions with regards to our outreach programs.
No, thank you. I've actually participated with some of your resource fairs. You guys do an excellent job.
Great. Thank you, Chair Vasquez.
We do have a question from my vice chair, Ms. Lieber.
I have one question, and I kind of was going to ask the previous speaker this, but I know that some government agencies are restricted in terms of what kind of information can be printed on the outside of the envelopes that they send out to many people. I know that, for example, the DMV is allowed to print things on the outside of the many envelopes that they send out, but it has to pertain to the vehicle code only. And do you know if you have the ability to send things out where it's something that might go to everyone, because it seems like it might be an adult child of a veteran that would be handling that person's business. Do you have the ability to do that kind of very broad outreach?
At this point, no. The mass mailing, as you know, LA County is quite large in population and in size. I think the resource fairs currently are the only ones where we actually try to get as much information. As I said, the social media, the websites that we have. But then again, we would like a chance to discuss this with veterans organizations to collaborate on how we could actually do a better job. And we'd be willing to sit down with them and discuss that to see how far we can go to get the message out.
That would be wonderful. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
I think we're good. Thank you for your input.
You're welcome. Thank you, Chair Vasquez.
Ms. Taylor, where are we at?
Next, we would have Mr. Peter Kim, Chief Communications Officer.
Oh. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chairman Vasquez and honorable members. Peter Kim, Chief Communications Officer. Thank you for this opportunity to make a brief presentation for the BOE's role. As you know, the education and outreach is led by our Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office, led by Lisa Thompson, and I partner with her regularly to assist taxpayers. Just so that you know, recently the BOE, the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office, has published information sheets on the disabled veterans exemption and the homeowners exemption. We did also promote these information sheets on our social media pages or platforms, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and LinkedIn. And also, as you are aware of, information on exemptions, on all the exemptions, are available on our website with FAQs and additional resources. And as Assessor Nguyen and Assessor Prang's office has just mentioned, the three exemptions that we're talking about here, they're filed directly with the assessor's offices. And so I know that they're working very closely with the veterans groups to do that outreach. So this concludes my presentation, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kim, for all your work. And I was just wondering, given our resources, I know you mentioned we're getting this out as on different I guess different avenues to get the information out. I was wondering, is it possible to expand some of the outreach that would include, I guess, non-traditional platforms?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Chairman Vasquez. As you know, in the last few months, we've been primarily focused on the Taxpayer Bill of Rights hearing, and so now that that's concluded, I could definitely consult with the Taxpayer Rights Advocate and with the Executive Director to see what other types of outreach opportunities there may be.
Appreciate it. Looks like we have a question here from our Deputy Controller.
Thank you, Mr. Kim. Always a pleasure to see you. I I think at our last board work group, we had a consensus from the board members. I don't know if it came from Senator Gaines or not about a homeowner's exemption button, about the possibility of putting that on the website, on the homepage, and I'm just wondering your thoughts on that.
Yes, thank you for the question, Deputy Controller Emron. Actually, I do remember that suggestion, and we, again, we were focusing on the Taxpayer Bill of Rights hearing, and so now that that's concluded, I am looking into ways to see how we can feature these exemptions, these property tax savings on our website more prominently. As you know, that there was the Hurricane Hillary or Tropical Storm Hillary, and of course we've been featuring disaster relief for those that may have been impacted by that. So I'm well aware of that, and in the next few months, I will be happy to report we'll be having some changes to the website on that.
Yeah,
respect,
that'd be
yes.
great. Maybe even right next to the mortgage relief button.
You're
It'll all be in one space. Thank you.
Thank you,
Member
Deputy
Gaines,
Controller Emron, for bringing that
Oh,
up. I appreciate it. And we could be doing the same on our own websites in terms of having a link. Once you get it set up, we can link from ours to yours, so. thank
Yes,
you.
and if I could just add to that, the information sheets that our Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office has recently published, I know that the members are robust in their outreach activities and speaking engagements, and so we could get those printed for you, and you could distribute them to your constituents. As you know, you are our ambassadors, and therefore we hope that you could use those
That's
tools
wonderful.
to let the veterans know.
Yeah, thank you.
I was just wondering, do we have the ability to track some of this traffic inquiries, especially I'm thinking in terms of the whole disabled veterans exemption piece?
Yeah, I could definitely work with our property tax department. Many of the questions are actually routed to them for questions, and our Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office. So I could see what type of inquiries we're getting, if there's a huge demand, if veterans are contacting us. But it appears that all the organizations and the assessors' offices are actually doing a really great job in terms of educating the veterans. So, yeah.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands or questions, I think we're good.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, our next item is 3B, homeowners exemption, Proposition 19 filing deadlines. And we have as our speakers the Honorable Christina Nguyen, President-elect CAA.
She's still on the line?
Let's see if she's still on.
Yep, here I am.
Welcome back.
Thank you very much. I wanted to definitely say that now more than ever, it's very important for homeowners to have their homeowners exemption in place or their disabled veterans exemption, because either one would qualify them for their Prop 19 benefits. So in the past, there was less emphasis maybe on getting the homeowners exemption because it wasn't tied to so many benefits. So right now, it really, if you get your homeowners exemption, it makes it a lot easier to process your Prop 19 benefits. The filing deadlines, I think, are confusing for many because they're confused with the move-in date. You know, the filing deadline, there were emergency rules put in place, and that gave some relief because you can get prospective Prop 19 benefits dependent on late filing of your homeowner's exemption. However, what didn't change was the fact that you can't move in late. You still have to move in within a year. So that is a little hard to manage because we're trying to figure out when did somebody move in and when did they file their homeowner's exemption, and then when did they file their Prop 19 benefit. So it's quite a handful, and the proposals to roll back this portion of Prop 19 would definitely help in the administration of this because it would roll back to the prior rules, making it less dependent on the homeowner's exemption from the aspect of having to have it as the person who received the property. And it's one less complication. It is a little difficult for the public to juggle these three dates. When did they move in? When did they file their homeowner's exemption? When did they file their Prop 19? So the deadlines are definitely a problem.
Yeah, thank you for that. I was just wondering, as you get into the whole Prop 19, what are you seeing or hearing on the ground in terms of, I guess, what strategies you might use to educate these taxpayers on specifically the Prop 19 filing?
We really try to highlight these specific rules when in our communications when we're sending out. So when somebody acquires property, particularly if they file their PCOR, they've checked the box that they are receiving the property from a parent. We send them the information right away, the applications, the homeowner's exemption, everything. And these deadlines are highlighted. They're highlighted on our website. But still, it's very difficult for people to think about this and really understand. It's the nuances of taxation. It's never been easy. And I don't know that we're ever going to make this so simple that everyone will instantly understand. It's just a matter of education. And I think just highlighting the fact that these deadlines are in place. But if this does get rolled back either on the ballot or through, well, it would have to be on the ballot, then that would simplify, this would go away from that aspect.
All righty. Seeing no other questions here, I think we're good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Taylor, who do we have?
Yes, our next speaker is Peter Kim, Chief of Communications, Board of Equalization.
Back by popular demand.
I didn't know it was going to be so quick. Yes, thank you. Good afternoon again, Chairman Vasquez and honorable members. Peter Kim, Chief Communications Officer. As mentioned before, education and outreach is led by our Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office in partnership with myself and Communications. However, as you know, for Proposition 19, education and outreach has been an agency-wide task. Since the passage of Proposition 19 in November 2020, for taxpayers, we have done the following. One, we established a Proposition 19 webpage as a one-stop shop, including comparison charts, guidance, related legislation, FAQs, and additional resources. Since June 30th of 2023, we've had over 500,000 unique external page views for the website for that Proposition 19 webpage. Second, we've issued a Proposition 19 fact sheet initially in April of 2021 and updated the fact sheet in April of 2022. And also, in addition, we've translated the fact sheet in both Spanish and Chinese. Three, we've also created an introduction to Proposition 19 presentation in February of 2021 and updated it recently in April of 2023, and we've shared that with your offices. Four, as you know, the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office has also updated the information sheets reflecting the changes due to Proposition 19. Five, as a recommendation from Chairman Vasquez, we've also posted a Proposition 19 filing request checklist, so that is also featured on our website. Six, in fiscal year 2021-2022, the County Assessed Properties Division answered approximately 6,440 calls and 1,590 email inquiries related to Proposition 19. In fiscal year 2020 to 2021, the County Assessed Properties Division answered approximately 3,144 calls and over 1,000 email inquiries related to Proposition 19. As you know, the implementation process of Proposition 19 is ongoing. The website and our social media channels will be updated in real time to keep taxpayers and stakeholders informed. So this concludes my presentation, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Oh, first of all, thank you for all you've done, especially to get the word out on Prop 19, but it still seems like there's a lot of folks that are just not taking advantage of it and filling this thing out, and then I think they just they forget that they need, this 1 year window. And I'm just wondering what more we can do to highlight that. don't really have an answer for that, but
Yeah, I think it's just going to have to take, we just have to approach it with an incremental approach. We just have to get the word out there. I know that one of the reasons why we've had to update the fact sheet and the presentation is due to the implementation legislation that did clarify that from my understanding, and therefore that's the reason why, one of the reasons why we had to update our resources. And so I think, you know, with the board's help and with the agency's help and with all of the assessors' help, we could get the word out there that that's a requirement.
yeah, just start pushing it out.
Correct.
Oh, Member Gaines, I think, has a question for you.
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation. And I'm just curious about the number of inquiries, the hits that we're getting on the website. Is the increase pretty consistent from month to month?
Thank you for the question, Member Games. Yes, just based on my recollection from the time we launched the site, November of 2020 to up until now, it's been pretty consistent. The first year after the passage, definitely there are more hits than what we're receiving now,
Right.
but there hasn't really been a significant decrease, if you will. It's been pretty consistent. So it's just a reflection of how many taxpayers and assessor offices and everybody that's coming to our website to get the information.
Yeah. Chair Vasquez made a comment about, you know, people are passing away every day. So
Right.
I think there's just going to be a natural change of hands of property within family. And so important that we try to educate our constituents. And I'm just thinking that that's something else to add to a newsletter. And then I was even thinking if we did like a year-end newsletter and kind of highlighted some of the key aspects of things that have occurred throughout the year, kind of reminder.
Right.
I think, and then when we speak to folks, we can, you know, when we're asked to speak in front of groups, we can bring these things up and just continue to educate.
That's correct. And I just want to put in another plug for the PowerPoint presentation. We recently updated the introduction to Proposition 19. One of the reasons why we had to update it was because we did need to include that taxpayers needed to file the homeowner's exemption within that 1 year period. And so we've provided your offices with a copy of the presentation along with a suggested script. So if you're invited to speak to any organization related to the subject, we hope you could use that material along with all of our fact sheets and information sheets so that the taxpayers know what their requirements are.
That's great. Thank you, Mr. Kim.
Thank you.
Thank you. There's, Member Schaefer has a question for you.
Hi, Mr. Kim. Every once in a while, when I'm a little bored, I'll look at the BOE good name on internet and see what's there. And I run into my predecessor, Diane Harkey's name as a member once in a while, and stale information does pop up. I mentioned it to our executive director, and she and I both know that it's not our doing. It's just something that we're not involved with that talks about us. Do you ever stroll through the internet to see if there's somebody out there we can blow a whistle on or update?
Thank you for the question, Member Schaefer. Yeah, I actually do a Google search of BOE every day, just to see if there's any news items out there or if there's any information that I need to be aware of. I am aware that there's some outdated information on the website or the internet. And if there are things I can do to correct, I definitely do. But as you know, the World Wide Web is an amazing but enormous type of platform that is not in my complete control. So, but yes, I do monitor it
If you ever
for
find
sure.
anything that you'd like a little input from the board on, just let me know. I'll take it up with the chair.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kim. I think we're good.
I think we have one more speaker.
Yeah, we
Just
do,
an
huh?
opportunity for Antonio Castro, Chief Appraiser from the LA County Assessor's Office, to weigh in on this question of the Prop 19 exemption.
Welcome back.
Great. Thank you very much. I won't repeat everything that people have already brought up. Assessor Wynn did a good job speaking about education. And I think somebody else mentioned about mass mailing, all types of different types of ways to reach people. I wanted to mention that our public affairs team here in LA County has done an excellent job of making enhancements to our public counters through our one-stop shop type counters. We've increased the number of languages that are spoken. I believe we are having increased public coming in and asking the hard questions, and we have to be prepared for that. We just don't want to tell them that, sure, we'll send you a mail later. We want to be able to tell them and get the word and the message to them about these Prop 19. And with regards to specifically to the 1 year to file the homeowner's claim, that they would benefit. So I just definitely wanted to bring that up with regards to improvements. We have our downtown headquarters office where a lot of people come in, although it's not convenient to park and find us sometimes, but once they're here, we're here to help them. But we also have 5 regional offices that encompasses the entire county. And so I just wanted to bring that up. But education is the thing, and I'm sure Assessor Prang and the rest of the executive team will get together to see what else we can do to improve that education. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Castro, for your presentation. What are you seeing in terms of taxpayers unaware of the requirement to file this homeowner exemption together with the transfer exclusion?
Yeah, just unaware, uninformed. We have another chief appraiser who really works directly with his staff with regards to this, and it's just massive. If there's going to be changes to the law or legislation, that's great, but for now, we're dealing it from a mass group of people that come in are really unaware. And so it's so big at this point that I really can't pinpoint everything or anything at this point. But it's something that we're digging our feet, digging our heels in and hoping to do a better job of educating the LA County constituents, plain and simple.
Appreciate it.
Great, thank you.
I think we have another question here from Member Gaines.
Just a comment. Thank you, Mr. Castro. I mean, in terms of the outreach effort, it's so huge in terms of how do you really get the word out to folks, so you have a situation where the second parent passes away and, if you want to live in your parents' home, wouldn't you just naturally move into it and it would kind of end there. And so
Right.
I think aren't the assessors keeping track, upon death, are they keeping track of those properties? And then I know that Assessor Wynn had mentioned that they're sending out notices to property owners, but who's tracking the death and then who's notifying the next of kin?
Right.
So I don't know, what agency is that? I know that you get when you have a family member pass away, you get a death certificate. But does Prop 19 now, don't they require that the assessors have to track every property in the state of California and change of ownership?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
That's my recollection, and so, so who is the natural entity, government entity, to notify the next of kin of this property that you have to file for the homeowner's exemption? Is that the assessor's office? Is it the coroner's office? I don't, I'm just trying to figure out how do you let people know? Because I mean, you've got 1 year to figure it out.
Right, that's definitely a good question. Assessor Wynn, is this something up your alley or?
I can say that there is no entity that reports deaths to assessors. It is the responsibility of the heirs, the trustee, to file the death change in ownership statement. And the problem is a lot of times they don't know to do that, and we find out late, sometimes many years later, when a deed records because they sell the property and the names don't match. the seller and the buyer don't match, and it's because someone died and they never told us. So there's probably a good chance that this has already happened and a year has passed and people will not qualify because of that. So it is, they'd have to, unless, well, actually, I take that back, because now that we have the emergency rules, if they actually moved in within a year, but they filed everything late, they can get prospective relief from their filing now, because that was decided with the emergency rules last year. But they would lose some of that time. So they would still have to pay something for that time in between, but they would get prospective relief. So some relief would be available. But, we can go back up to 8 years on death because that's not recorded. So it's a tremendous burden, and it's always been a burden to discover the deaths. That's always been difficult.
Okay, great.
My
Thank you,
vice-
Assessor Wynn. Appreciate
Okay.
it.
My Vice Chair, Lieber, has a question for you.
Thank you. Is that ability to do the look back in terms of if the family member moved in within the year but they didn't do their filing until, say, 2 years, do they automatically get that, or it's permissive for the assessors to consider it?
We ask for proof. For instance, we would ask for some sort of like utility bill, or we have a long list of different items we could ask for proof. And that's the process we go through. We make every attempt to help them prove that they moved in. If they claim they did, then we try to find a way to get some proof on the record. Because in the future, if we were to be surveyed and we were found to have granted something without proof, then that could appear in our survey results as that we were not following statute. So it's really important that we make sure and follow all the rules closely so that, we can receive an audit that's favorable. We don't want to be granting something without proof.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wynn. I think that was the last speaker. And thank you for hanging in there. I know you've been in and out all day with us. You're almost like staff today.
I'm happy to help.
Thank you. Ms. Taylor, where does that put us?
Your next item is item 4, wrap up and next steps.
Oh, here we go. Okay. Once again, thank you to the speakers and members for your input. Based on what we've heard from the speakers today, it appears that the board should provide updated and more comprehensive guidance on the veterans organization's exemption based on the many uses of their properties for veterans and charitable purposes. And let me turn to my co-chair, Ms. Lieber, and see if she has any comments on this.
Well, just my compliments to everyone who has participated and lent us their input and their experiences, and to my fellow board members and to our staff who are working through these issues every day. Thank you so much. This has been an educational experience, I think, for each of us. And I'm hopeful that the work in this area will continue. I think there's a long ways that we can go. Most likely working with the legislature as well to try to affect some policy changes. But we've made a very good start here. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. It was very educational, and I think we've got a lot of information and a direction in terms of where we can go, and an opportunity to provide relief for veterans. So thank you for all of your effort.
Tony,
Member Schaefer, go ahead.
yeah, well, coming from a very veteran-heavy area, San Diego County, I very much appreciate the program today, and it's highlighted how much work we need to do for veterans exemptions and veterans disabled exemption so that we can be said to be one of the best places for veterans to live and prosper when they're finished with their federal service. And I'm also very impressed to learn more about the VFW halls and that great organization, and I want them to know that anything we can do to help them, all they have to do is ask. Thank you.
Deputy Controller.
Thank you, Chairman. I also want to recognize the co-chair, Ms. Lieber, as well, for your leadership here and bringing all these veteran organizations together. I thought it was a great dialogue today, great discussions. I appreciate a lot of the veterans sharing their personal stories and their willingness to continue to do the work that's needed to be done in the community, and also too just a point that California does have the largest veterans population in the country, so we're doing this for a very good reason, and we just want to make sure that veterans who want to call California home have the opportunity and full ability to stay here, continue to thrive in the Golden State, and I'm really, really looking forward to the work ahead. Thank you.
No, thank you all. I was a little embarrassed, by some of the testimony we heard, that I don't think we're doing enough for these folks. You think about, these folks go to war for us and protect us from our, for the lifestyle we have and the freedom, and yet they come back as veterans and, we really treat them like second-rate citizens. And with that, I'm going to take a stab at a motion to try to get something moving forward, and then see if there's other suggestions from the members here. I'd like to move and that we recommend that the board direct our executive director to develop and provide a draft, updated and comprehensive guidance on the Veterans Organizations exemption under Section 215.1 to the board and this work group as expeditiously as possible.
I second.
Chairman Vasquez, pursuant to your policy, motions are supposed to be done in the board meeting venue as opposed to the work group. So if you'd like to hold that thought
Can we just
until-
do it like a consensus, and then I guess we bring it to the,
If you'd like to make sure you have a consensus for the motion, that's fine. Yeah,
Okay.
just wanted to remind you that the formal motion has to be in the venue of the board meeting.
that works?
Thank you.
So, I'm sorry.
Yes, go ahead.
I was partially listening, so if I'm mistaken, let me know. But this recommendation that you're proposing, is it the same or similar to what Vice Chair Lieber did earlier?
Well, let me ask.
I think it would be. I didn't specifically call it out as 215.1, but I think it's very similar in that regard. And so the executive director is going to come back with the interpretation that would allow the most inclusive exempt uses of the veterans organization's physical property.
Ms. Lieber, would you like me to read that back from earlier today, the motion from earlier today?
Sure, that would be lovely. Thank you.
Now, let me find it. Where we put it.
And I guess I'll look to you, Henry, to see if we need to include Section 215.1. Maybe that's all it needs, I don't know.
If I'm remembering the motion correctly, I think it's already included.
Is it?
Not
Okay.
specifically, but it's
Is it understood, I guess?
yeah, I think that was understood, but I'll have, just to be sure, we'll have Kathy reread the motion.
Just a minute, I'm trying to find where I transmitted it to our team here.
It's been a long day.
We could just maybe edit that code into the original
That's
motion.
what I was thinking.
Yeah.
I also have it in a written form here. I don't
Do you
know
wanna
that
read
I stuck to my notes completely, but I'll give it a stab. And it
Sure.
was that we request the executive director to work with BOE legal and property tax staff to review state and federal laws, cases, and regulations regarding nonprofit veteran-serving organizations to determine the most inclusive interpretation of the California Veterans Property Tax exemption that would allow veteran-serving organizations to achieve their missions with a minimum of restrictions. And I think that in the conversation that we had earlier, we might have attached a little bit more on the end there, but it sounds like, Mr. Chair, if I'm understanding what you're proposing, it would be to also develop that into a form that could be communicated to the assessors and to the veteran-serving organizations themselves.
Exactly.
So we could.
Is
we
that
could-
understood?
That's part of that original motion, so it's all included in
It's
that.
all
Okay,
included.
Yeah,
so I'm
that
good
should be
if
fine.
that's understood. I'm
Yeah,
good.
correct. I believe everything is covered in that. That's a pretty broad-ranging motion, so we will make sure we cover everything we need to. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all. And with that, there's no other items, right?
For this board work group, we've concluded all the items.
So we could officially adjourn the work group, then we go back to the board to adjourn that, right?
Well, we have some work to do in the board meeting. We have 2 more items left.
That's what I was gonna
But
ask.
yes, we'll adjourn if you adjourn this meeting, and we'll start the next one.
Yeah, let me just, I guess, once again, thank all the assessors, especially that if they're still on the line, for taking their time and from their busy schedules to participate, as well as our BOE staff and the members here. And with that, I guess we will conclude this work group meeting at, I guess, 3:49, and now reconvene as the board, right?
Yep.
So then we will go from Ms. Taylor back to Ms. Cicchetti. Our musical chairs here.
Musical chairs, yes. To you over. Yes. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Alrighty. Thank you. So we need to take a moment now to actually convene the board meeting.
Yes.
Okay, so yeah.
So, well, we will officially convene the board meeting at 3:50. And with that, I will call it back to order, and let me get Ms. Cicchetti to
All righty.
give us our next, I guess we have a couple items still.
We have a couple items left over from before. So
From
we're
before.
still in the executive director's report, so we're up to item number 16, which is the property tax deputy director's report. Report on the status of pending and upcoming projects, activities, and departmental issues, including letters to assessors, appraisal, training and certification, and state assessed property. These items will be presented by Mr. Young and his team.
Thank you, Mary. Good afternoon, Chair Vasquez and honorable board members. Once again, David Young, Deputy Director of the Property Tax Department, for the record. I have for you today 3 reports. The first 2 will be presented by Ms. Carolyn Steemans. She is one of our new, relatively new supervisors in our County Assessed Properties Division, and I believe this is the first time presenting before the board. So without any further ado, I will let her do the first 2, the letters to assessors and the training and certification reports, and I'll follow up with the last one for the State Assessed Properties Division.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Vasquez and honorable board members. Today I will provide you with a brief report on letters to assessors. So attached to this month's agenda is a memo on letters to assessors, which provides a list of the LTAs that have been issued since our last board meeting. In addition, the memo includes a link to the BOE's website, where a list of all LTAs can be found that have been issued to date. As of the date of the attached memo, BOE staff has issued a total of 29 LTAs for the calendar year 2023. Since our last board meeting, 6 of those LTAs have been issued and are summarized as follows. There were 3 LTAs to issue for the 2024-25 income levels for leased property used exclusively for low-income rental housing, tribal housing exemption, and the welfare exemption. An LTA to issue taxpayer rights advocate office information sheets on property tax savings, one for the homeowner's exclusion, the other for the disabled veterans exemption. An LTA listing the state assessees, and the last was an LTA announcing the annual meeting of the State Board of Equalization and county assessors. And that concludes the report on letters to assessors, and we can answer any of your questions.
I have a question, but I'll wait for your presentation, because are you also going to be referring or getting into the LTAs as well, or no?
I will not.
Then let me ask a real quick question on the LTA, I guess number 2023/026, which refers to the 2024-25 income levels for the welfare exemption. We give assessors the income levels they should use for applying the welfare exemption to certain rental housing. We list the low-income limits at 80% AMI. In attachment B, the moderate income limits goes up to 140 AMI in attachment A, and we have the limits for over-income tenants who started out in low and got up to the moderate in the attachment C. Can you clarify when the moderate and over-income limits are permissible?
I'd be more than happy.
I figure you would handle it, see?
I'd be more than happy to explain. So for under welfare exemption under 214, the income limit is 80% of area median income.
Right.
That's the standard baseline. Right now, there are 2 exceptions where you can go above that 80% baseline. One of them is for CLT property. So if the property is a rental property owned and run by a community land trust property, they can go up to 140%. And the other one is, if I'm not mistaken, it's property that is built with tax credits, with federal tax credits. There is a provision in federal law that says if a tenant moves in and qualifies initially and then later on works hard and is able to basically raise their income, they can go up to 140% without being basically displaced from their subsidized housing. They sought California statute change in order to make it conform to the federal requirements. So if the feds can't displace you, they said it would be unfair to remove somebody's exemption because the operator of that project can't displace that person, yet they lose their exemption. So the legislature agreed with it and passed legislation. So in that instance, for tax credit properties, development tax credits, you can go up to 140%. And then for CLT properties, they also sought the same increase in the AMI. They also got it. So in general, 80% for everybody. Tax credit folks, 140%. CLT folks, 140%.
As long as they started at the low
yeah,
income at
as
one
long
point,
as you start in
and
the
they
beginning.
graduated.
Yeah, and you.
Yeah, I was
and you
wondering
move up.
about that, because I think you might have mentioned that before, that it applies to rental and land trust
Yes.
properties.
Right.
But I wasn't sure if it also affected HUD, basically the federal HUD properties, right?
Well, the HUD properties they're a little bit different.
There are different AMI on those?
No, well, in general, if there is no tax credit involved, it's 80%. So
Right.
HUD finances a lot of properties, not all of them with tax credits. So it just depends on how they structure their financing. But for tax credit ones, they can go up to 140%.
Okay, I think you answered my question.
Okay.
Didn't want to put you on the spot on your first day here, but
Okay, if there are no other questions, we can move on to the appraisal training and certification program.
yes.
Okay, so for the 2023-24 fiscal year, we've scheduled 34 classes. In addition, we've scheduled 3 workshops, one for mineral properties, one for geothermal properties, and the last one for taxable possessory interests. Since the last board meeting, we've taught 5 classes. We also continue to offer our existing online basic training courses available through American River College and California State University, Sacramento, as well as our online courses and self-study training sessions available on the BOE website. And that will conclude the report on training and certification, and we can answer your questions.
Okay, let me ask this one again. Since training was part of the work group discussion yesterday, what can we do to make our online training page more prominent so that it is easy to see for anyone looking into getting training and certification?
Of course. We already have a page dedicated to training, but we can always look for improvements. I will work with Mr. Kim, our communications officer, in making any adjustments, any enhancements that would make it a little bit more evident. The great thing is the folks that are looking for this training, usually they don't look for it until they're already certified. So they're basically on a hunt for it. So they're not really searching for something that they may happen to find. They're usually looking for it because they need it. But we will take a look and see where we can enhance our website, our page, and just make it a little bit more evident, a little more obvious.
Yeah.
Easier to identify.
Appreciate it.
Okay.
And I see Peter Kim out there excited and anxious to work with you on this.
Can't wait.
Seeing no other comments or questions, who's that? Are you done, or now it goes to Mr.?
I'm done.
Oh, okay. Then I will go ahead and give the last presentation. It's for the State Assessed Properties Division. So right now, staff has, with the board's adoption of the board role last month, what they've shifted their attention to basically is their audits. So every year, the State Assessed Properties Division selects state assessees to review their financial statements, their books and records, which we depended on in order to make basically the evaluations every year. So on average, there's about 2 dozen or so assessees that we go ahead and audit. Right now, they're right in the middle of it. Most of the traveling's been done already. They've collected their information. They're doing their analysis and they're writing up the reports. So with that, the goal is to have the reports reviewed, sent back to the state assessees for their comment and input. And the goal is to, by the end of this year and beginning of next year, as we have findings of either escaped assessments or refunds, to bring it back before the board for board action and adoption. The other thing that is taking up a lot of the State Assessed Properties Division's time right now is the assessment appeals. With the board's action earlier yesterday, we've adopted 14 appeals. We have 10 more to go. We have 24 filed that were active and valid this year. So we've gotten a lot of it done, but there's still a lot of work to be done. So when I first started with the State Assessed Properties Division, one of my superiors, my mentor, told me, just because you have half the number done doesn't mean you have half the work done. So we still have a lot of work ahead of us. Staff is working very diligently on doing the write-ups, the analysis for that. Of course, we're trying to bring that back to the board before December in order for the board to take action on the remaining 10 appeals. And the very last thing that the board is, the State Assessed Properties Division is working on is the PRC, the Private Railroad Car Roll. That was also adopted last month. With that, the board staff now goes ahead and basically prepares the billing and mailing, and all that is to go out by October. So that is, as you recall, that's a fully integrated program for the board. We do the discovery, the assessment, the billing, and the collections of the private railroad car tax. So that should cover what State Assessed Properties Division is doing for this month. I'm available for any questions you may have.
So it sounds like you're pinch hitting for Mr. McCool?
I am that, sir. He had another pre-scheduled.
But kudos to him and your staff and
Thank
his
you.
staff, because I know, like you mentioned, just resolving a lot of these appeals is huge. And I know you still have some more to go, but just wanted to commend you because then that stops, it frees up the appeals that possibly would come to us.
Thank you. I will pass on those kind words to the staff. It does mean a lot to them, and you are absolutely right. Getting these 14 done early
Yeah.
gives us an opportunity to really focus in and take a good look at the issues raised by the remaining 10. So,
Appreciate it.
of course,
Seeing no other hands or comments, I think we're good.
thank you.
That wasn't too bad, was it?
She waited 2 days for 5 minutes. Are we ready
Ms.
for the?
Chetty, what's
Yeah,
next?
next item is item 17, Legislative Research and Statistic Division Chief's Report. Update on administrative and program-related legislative bills impacting BOE. This item will be presented by Mr. Angelo.
Welcome. I know you've been sitting back there just dying to come up, right?
Good afternoon, Chairman Vasquez and honorable members. I think I'm getting a little payback for having the last name starting with an A my whole life, so I guess I deserve it. I used to get to go first all the time. Not anymore.
I feel your pain. I'm a V.
So I'm getting the payback. For the record, I'm Ted Angelo, Chief of the Legislative Research and Statistics Division. Today, I'm going to provide a brief summary of the bills we're following that could impact the BOE's tax programs or administration. Some of them we've talked about today. As you'll note, we're tracking 3 constitutional amendments and approximately 25 bills that could affect our tax programs. First, I'm going to highlight a few upcoming legislative deadlines. The legislature returned from summer recess on August 14th and is currently hearing bills in its fiscal committees and on the floor. The fiscal committee deadline is September 1, so that's this coming Friday, and that's so all bills referred to the suspense file, and there's a number of them in the hundreds, high hundreds, will be taken up prior to that date. So Friday, I believe the Assembly and the Senate Appropriations Committees will be hearing the suspense file hearings. The last day to hear bills on the floor is September 14th, at which time the legislature will be in interim recess for the 2023-24 legislative session and will not reconvene until January 3rd of next year. So end of session really is September 14th unless they finish early for some reason. This week, one board member supported bill was sent to the governor for his consideration, SB 20 by Senator Susan Rubio. This bill is intended to help joint powers authorities further promote low-income housing projects via regional housing trusts to help fund and facilitate the planning and construction of these projects. So that was something that I had sent out to you as a copy of the letter coming from the elected board members in support of that measure to the governor. Elsewhere, we continue to track the board-sponsored legislative proposals approved by the board in November of last year and April of 2023, which are included in committee bills, omnibus measures for BOE and CDTFA, SB 889 and SB 890. SB 890 makes technical changes, clarifying changes made by Prop 19 that we've been talking about today, and SB 539 to amend Revenue and Taxation Code to include references relating to intergenerational transfer exclusions and the age 55 and older disabled disaster base year value transfer. This measure recently moved to the Assembly floor out of the Appropriations Committee on consent. SB 889 makes technical changes affecting the alcoholic beverage tax to increase the efficiency and administration of the program concerning the authorization of electronic service of levies and amendment of the RTC code to require any determinations or cancellations that are in excess of $50,000 to be made public for 10 days after the effective date of the determination or cancellation. This measure right now is on the suspense file in Assembly Appropriations Committee. Again, the board's bill analyses and amended analyses as needed for all active bills are posted on our website. I continue to send weekly updates with all of the bills that we've been tracking. This concludes my general legislative update. I do have a few other items that I'm going to touch on, but I'm happy to answer any questions you may have at this point.
Let me just bring out a couple. You might be touching on these, but first of all, thank you for your updates. And I'm really interested in knowing the exactly where we are with a couple of the bills that we supported, specifically ACA 6, which is the Archuleta, and SB 726 on these bills related to the veterans homeowners exemption.
Okay.
And then I guess, let me list just two others, then I'll let you.
Sure.
And SB 588, which is Senator Allen's, removing the 20 million cap on nonprofit low-income housing. And then SB 734, the other Rubio, codifying the board's opinion on low-income rental units in government-owned properties.
So those particular four measures, so SCA 6 is the Archuleta bill.
Right.
And that bill is on suspense
Oh,
in Assembly Appropriations, so there'll be action taken on that on Friday. And SB 726 is a 2-year bill. It was held in Assembly Rev and Tax. So that bill can't have action until next year.
next year.
SB 588 is also a 2-year bill. And SB 734 is on suspense in Assembly Appropriations. So that's where those four particular measures are right now. The other items, do you have any others that you needed to touch on? 'Cause
Those are the key ones that I
Okay.
was really, because those are the ones that that came before us and we
Right.
or endorsed.
And I touched on SB 20,
You
which
did.
is the one we sent to the governor's
yeah.
support. One item that I wanted to touch on is the Prop 19 partial rollback issue was cleared, the initiative was cleared for circulation on August 21st. So that bill must receive 874,000 plus signatures by February 20th of 2024 in order to
24.
qualify.
For the November ballot in
Yes.
24.
So that's a recent development that happened on August 21st, the clearance for circulation.
Question, if I could.
Sure.
Who's supporting that? Who is the?
That was
Who's
submitted
gathering
from
the
Howard
signature?
Jarvis
Howard
taxpayers.
Jarvis.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Not Howard Jarvis himself, obviously, but
But the committee.
the taxpayers.
The association.
Or Paul Gann, for that matter.
And what's that?
I'm
the
showing
measure
my
called?
age.
What's the measure and the number? Is there a proposition number? It's probably not assigned yet, right?
It has a tracking number. I don't have that with
Okay.
me.
That's
But
fine.
they're all listed on the Department of Justice Attorney General's website. But I can send that to you.
And how many signatures do they?
874,000, and I don't have the hundreds listed on my page here, but there's
No, that's
about
fine.
500 additional to 874,000. It's
By
kind of a
February-
convoluted,
February of 24.
by February 20th of 2024.
Okay, thank you.
You mentioned earlier that SB 588 Allen bill is a 2-year bill, and you mentioned one other one was a 2-year bill. What was the other one that was a 2-year bill?
It's SB 726.
26. Oh, okay.
So, and then from a, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There's about 15 bills that are either on suspense or moving to the floor in general. So I have a list of those. But the ones that we covered today are the ones that you were interested in the
Yes.
board support. And then just another news item, just a few days ago, there's a transition. We already have a new speaker, but there's going to be a transition from the current pro tem of the Senate, Senator Atkins, to Senator McGuire. The timeframe hasn't been completely hashed out yet, but they're doing a succession plan for the
I
next
heard it's
pro tem.
April.
That's what they're saying.
And
But
then he's out in December, so that's going to be another transition.
I thought he had 2 years, but
Yeah, he's termed out.
wow.
Wow.
Well, you got
So I think it's just a holding pattern at this point.
yeah.
Yeah. I heard it was a real mess on the floor yesterday.
Yeah.
But,
They usually are.
well, this one, I think, kind of blindsided folks.
So that's all I have for now, unless you have any other questions.
Yeah, I think Member Schaefer has one for you.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you, Ted. I see AC 11 was postponed instead of killed. Do you know what it would be postponed to, or is that just ambiguous?
That's another way of saying it's a 2-year bill, if it's in a policy committee. If the hearing is postponed and it misses the deadline for committees to report bills to the fiscal committees, like the policy committee deadline, that means it's a 2-year bill.
Okay.
Since it's a 2-year session and we're in the first year of the 2-year session. So if the hearing is postponed and the bill wasn't taken up in policy committee, it's a 2-year bill. If it's in the fiscal committee, they have until Friday to reschedule it and hear it.
I see. I noticed in your letter here, you spell cancellations two different ways. I mean, is there any significance to that, or?
I was trying to appease the British audience.
No.
Just kidding. I'll work on that, I'm sorry.
There's the British way. And I assume that all the determinations of cancellations are all public information. I hear you want to make it public for 10 days only, and once you make something public, how can it be made private again? It's forever public.
Oh, the board proposal?
Yes.
That was a technical cleanup where it has to be after the effective date of the determination. So that was something that was agreed upon, was a technical change that was needed. So
I want you to know.
I can't opine on that one.
Yeah, I just want you to know I read it. Thank you.
And I will say one editorial comment, that a lot of the heat that the board takes are for laws that were enacted and that we have to follow, and the assessors as well, and DMV for that matter, and others that have to follow rules that people don't like. So
That's true.
Just a note.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Cicchetti, what's
All right.
next?
The last item for the day is closing remarks and adjournment.
All right. I will start, and I'm sure there's other folks that will weigh in. First, I'd like to acknowledge our upcoming holiday, Labor Day, on Monday, September 4th. This holiday celebrates the social and economic achievements of American workers. Labor Day became a national holiday in 1894 when President Grover Cleveland signed a law that designated the first Monday in September as a holiday for workers. Today, we often celebrate Labor Day with picnics, barbecues, sports events, and street parades. And I wish everyone a happy and healthy and safe holiday weekend. Next, please join me in congratulating the 2023 Little League World Champions in my district, El Segundo, my hometown. Actually, not my hometown, but actually I had the honor, because I have a great nephew that played with many of these young folks. He's only 10, so he wasn't able to compete in this one, but hopefully next year if they do a repeat, he may be there. This is, they actually well, first of all, they lost the first game, so they put them in the losers bracket. So they literally had to win 5 straight games at this competitive level, and they went up against one of the top teams, the international team, which was Curaçao. To get there is just a huge feat for these folks. And I know they're going to have a huge celebration down in El Segundo, so if anybody's in the area, you're welcome to join in. And these are the 12-year-olds and under, if anybody caught that. And finally, I would like to close this meeting in memory of all the lives lost due to the Maui wildfires and the victims of these rash shootings that have occurred recently across the nation here. And with that, let me see if there's any other, Deputy Controller.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to thank you and all my colleagues here on a very productive 2 days. I believe this board is headed in the right direction, making a lot of incredible progress. I also second want to wish everyone the school year starting back up, and want to wish all students and teachers and faculty and staff an amazing 2023-2024 school year. And I bring this up too, as the Board of Equalization, we are one of the biggest revenue generators in the state of California, which in turn helps our public schools. So to all those new textbooks and supplies, I hope it's well used and well put together. And then also too, just on a more somber note, on behalf of the Controller, she sends her thoughts and heartfelt sympathies with the families and friends and CAL FIRE colleagues of three of our heroes who perished in a mid-air collision on August 7th, 2023, while fighting the Broadway fire in Riverside County. And just for the record, I want to say their names: Assistant Chief Josh Bischoff, age 46, Fire Captain Tim Rodriguez, age 44, and helicopter pilot Tony Suiza, age 55. And just a reminder, as these wildfires have intensified, we evacuate, but these heroes, they go straight towards the fire. They try to put it out and try to save lives. And it goes back to Vice Chair Lieber's point too. As the climate is changing, we've seen these fires intensify more and more, and I think we need to find some type of solution in order to get this all calm. And just want to pay tribute to those heroes, and I send my best thoughts to their families through this grieving period. Thank you, Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. And my Vice Chair Lieber, I think, has some closing
Thank you,
remarks.
Mr. Chair. Well, this has been a very beneficial 2 days of hearings. I thank staff for hanging in there with us and working our way through these issues. And in terms of climate and wildfires and the adjacent issues, I'd like to bring that back in October. So more about that to come. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Member Gaines.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think great hearing in terms of the workforce issue and also the veterans issue. I think both workshops are very comprehensive and helpful and give us a launching pad to march forward on. I hope everybody has a great Labor Day. And yes, we want to recognize labor, all the people that provide the benefits for us on a daily basis. It's so important. And praying for those who were lost at CAL FIRE, and also that we don't have another massive wildfire in California. That's the last thing we need. We're already in a crisis with the insurance industry. People are struggling there. It's affecting our economy in terms of people's ability to buy a home even. So I'm hoping that we'll be able to reach resolution there and get through this year without any large catastrophic losses. We're fortunate that LA, while it had massive flooding, it wasn't as bad as it could have been.
That's true.
Yeah. I'm amazed that there were no deaths.
I know. I was getting these emails and calls, and even my wife was saying, we got to bunker now. We got to put up our plywood on our windows. And I said, it's not going to be that bad. Luckily, it wasn't. I guess I should knock on wood. But
yeah, they did a good job getting the information out.
They
warning
did.
People, which
and actually, I think people, we kind of over-prepared, which is probably better to be safe than sorry.
Yeah, that's right. Great. Thank you.
No, thank you. And actually, as everybody mentioned here, Labor Day, it's kind of ironic. Here we are celebrating Labor Day, and we have some huge strikes still going on, with especially the folks in the movie industry. My daughter was finally kicking off on her little camera work, and now everything's shut down. So feel for those folks as we celebrate Labor Day to think about them as well. And the hotel workers I know are going, many of them are going through renegotiations, so hopefully that gets worked out soon. With that, we will officially adjourn this meeting at 4:22 and then reconvene on September 26th and 27th.
26th,
Thank you all.
27th, yep.
Safe
2
travels.
days.